Learn how to use Figma Variants to design a scalable mobile app from Amit, who is a very experienced UX designer. Variants can streamline your front-end design process by allowing you to group and organize similar components into a single container.
Hey guys, and welcome to a brand new tutorial. Now, in this tutorial, what I'm going to share with you is actually how to build a scalable mobile application step by step on Figma. Now, this course is actually done in two separate stages. In the first stage, what you are going to learn is basically going to be an overview. We are going to learn some of the Figma's best tools, such as how to use frames, how to use the Autolayout, how to use the components, so that you can build scalable apps on your own. But all these three concepts will tie into my favorite component, which is variants. You will learn how to use Figma variants so that you can create scalable applications that are also flexible, that have a different variations for your elements so that your designs will not look just like a standard app. Now, what also matters in this course is that I also have added a homework, a practice file if you wish, that I am actually going to add to the description of this video below so that you can take it and practice the concepts you learn to solidify and master it on your own. The homework has suggested solutions attached already, so don't worry, we have everything covered here. And then after we gave you the overview and maybe you practiced the homework, then you can do the tutorial where we will build a mobile app from scratch. It's actually a great long tutorial and I know you will enjoy it. And before we go any further, if you are new here, my name is Ahmet and I'm a UI UX designer currently living in Canada, Waterloo, and I will be your host today and I will see you on the tutorial. But before we begin the tutorial and give you an overview of what you are going to learn, what I want to do first is that I want to show you how to use the two Figma files I will add to the description to this video below so that you can follow along the tutorial but also get your homework so that you can actually practice what you learned so that you can master the concepts easier. Now, once you go to the description and click one of those links, you will have either the tutorial initial screens file or you will have the homework file. And doesn't matter which file you are on, what I want you to do to actually have the ability to edit these files is you want to click on the drop down here and you want to press duplicate your drafts. And let's go to the homework file and let's do that. Let's say drop down, duplicate your drafts, and now that is actually saved and I want to press open. So now this project is actually copied to my own account and now I actually can edit it. If you don't follow this step, you won't be able to edit the file because I will not give you an edit access for the master file. You have to copy it on your own so that you can actually edit it on your own account. So once you are here, one more thing about the homework file before we go on. Each homework file actually has an exercise, so each homework file has a suggested solution, and in the main homework frame, what you have is that you have your instructions and then you have 4 different exercises. Each exercise actually has a solution where if you click on the component here and press Ctrl+Shift+H, you can view it, and then if you press Ctrl+Shift+H again, you can hide it. That is for Windows. For Mac, if I'm not wrong, it should be Command+Shift+H to hide and show, and that is how you can compare and contrast your solutions. And again, if you have any questions whatsoever, just comment on this video and I will actually do my best to help you. And let's go. Alright, so let's get cracking. Now, what you see right now in my window is the end result of what we are going to design today in this tutorial. And what you see is roughly 10 to 12 screens of a activity app that is a mobile app where you get to choose which city you are visiting, then you get to pick your activity and you schedule it, and then you pay for it at the end. So that is going to be the main workflow. And the goal for us though isn't just to design this high fidelity mobile app. The goal is also to create it and design it with various Figma tools, and the most important being variants, so that it is much more easy to make it scale later. And that is what we are going to do today, and it's going to be amazing, so make sure you stick around till the end of this video and let's get started. Now, if you like this tutorial and you want to get better at UI UX design specifically, I have my own personal channel with my name Ahmet Efeoglu, where I post twice a week videos on UI UX design, on how to get better at Figma, how to get better at communications, how to get better at UI UX design, whether that is soft or hard skills, so you can actually become a better UI UX designer. You can also go to the freeCodeCamp channel for this tutorial, where they actually post all kinds of videos from development to security to UI UX design, so that if you want to learn holistically all these new technologies, FreeCodeCamp is actually one of the best channels that I know. Please make sure you subscribe to this channel as well. It's been amazing for me to actually learn front-end development and back-end development, and I'm really glad this channel exists. So before we actually began the process of designing the high fidelity mobile app and make sure that we are using variants, we have to cover our bases. Now, because I do not know what your base level of skill is on Figma, whether that is using its tools or features, I have to make sure we are gonna cover the basics of what we will use, so that you will be able to use the variants that will help your app be much more scalable. And to do that, I have to actually show you how to use frame, Autolayout, component, and variants on Figma. And if you are new to this, don't worry, I'm just going to show you in a second. But also, if you want to solidify what you learn, if you feel uncomfortable still after this quick tutorial, if you want to solidify what you learn, in the description of this video there is a homework link that you can go. It has suggested solutions already, where you can practice what you learned here, and that would solidify your knowledge before you actually go on to do this whole design process from beginning to end. So let's get started with framing. And also, before I start, if you look at the bottom left corner, I have the shortcuts coming in. I'm gonna actually move my picture to the right. So on the left side, you can actually see here that I have the keycaster tool, so that you can actually see what I'm pressing when I'm doing certain shortcuts. And I would like to apologize in advance, the shift key is buggy, so it doesn't show. Make sure you also listen to my voice for the shortcuts. So anytime I actually want to understand how a certain feature or tool works, I basically try to use it in the most simplest UI element possible. So I do not focus on what I'm designing, but how I will use the tool. And the simplest UI design element that I know, and you guys know, is a button. So what I will do is, now I will design a button with a frame. So I will pick the F short key, and I'm gonna move my profile again. There you go. So I'm gonna press on F as my short key here, and I'm gonna drag a frame, and I'm gonna set its width to 128 pixels for width and 48 pixels for height. And right now it does not have any fill color, so if I click on fill here, now it does, and I'm gonna pick a grayish color, and now we have something like a background. And I'm gonna add to this frame a text, so I'm gonna click on the frame, press T for the shortcut for text, and I'm gonna say login. Now I'm gonna pick the auto width, so the text doesn't stretch horizontally, And now what I want to do is I want to center it, and having a frame basically allows me to group elements that have to be in the same group visually. So for a button, that would be your background, and that would also be your label text. For, let's say, an input field, input text field, you might want to frame your label, you might want to frame your placeholder, and you might want to frame your background all in just one single frame. And it also gives you certain powers, such as basically making the content very easy to actually align. So I can actually center align horizontally and vertically in the right side here, and that works right now pretty good. Now, another power that the frames give you on Figma is they're a gateway to actually creating more scalable UI designs. And the one way to actually make your design much more scalable is to use it with Autolayout. If you add the Autolayout portion to a frame, and to do that you have to click on plus, and I'm gonna do that, but I'm just gonna copy and paste this. So we have an example. So on the left side I will have a normal frame, and on the right side I will have a frame with an auto layout. And boom. So what this frame right now has is this. Auto layout basically lets us dynamically stretch our button no matter what the input. That is one of the powers it can give you, and I'm gonna show you what I mean. So look at the left side. The left side is the button again with the no auto layout functionality, and I'm just gonna write and this happens all the time. You might have a button with the label login, but it might also become submit or download, and you might want to use the same design and you don't want to recreate it all the time. And for that reason auto layout kicks in very well. So if I do and right now, you can see this button scales on its own. And so what Figma does is it lets you pick the margins, the paddings around the element, and you can specify here, let's say center, let's do 24, and no matter the text size, this button will scale horizontally even if you increase the text size while keeping the right, left, top button padding the same. Now, is this the only power of the auto layout feature? Does it only let us design buttons? Of course not. Another good way for you to use it is, instead of just scaling horizontally, also vertically, what you can do is you can also use it to add spacing between elements. So you can actually use this for more complex stuff. For example, let's create a new card by pressing F to create our card frame. Let's fill it with white. Let's add a drop shadow with effects here. And that's a very rough drop shadow, but that will do for now. And let's add a title. And let's get this to be 18 pixels. Let's bold it out with Ctrl B. And let's just copy and paste it again here. And let's say lorem ipsum. Basically, let's have our text here. Let's make this 16. And unbold it. Okay, so we have a title, we have a body, and we are inside this frame. And one thing you usually do is you really want to make sure that there is a certain spacing around your card, but also there is a certain spacing between elements. So what you can do is, if you add the auto layout to your frame here, and instead of horizontal direction, which we chose for buttons here, you can choose the vertical one. And you can also specify the spacing between items, meaning what's the space gonna be between our title and body text. And let's pick that to be 12 pixels. And also we can add the margins of 16 pixel, 16 pixel, 16 pixel, and we wanna be around here. So what now happened is we have a left margin of 16, top margin of 16, bottom margin of 16, and right margin of 16, but the spacing between our elements is 12 pixels. And this is very useful because what this will let you is it will make it very easy to make your designs consistent. You won't have to check the distance between each element vertically almost ever again if you know how to master the auto layout feature. Now let's move on to components. So you have your frames and you have your auto layouts, and let me zoom out a bit with Shift 0. So what is the value of components and what is it? And that's a very good question, and to do that I am gonna first create another screen, and let's make that a iPhone 13 mini, and what we are gonna do is we are gonna copy this button again and paste it just below here. So you having a frame and an auto layout makes it scalable, but you still have a problem. Let's say we decide to use this button. I'm gonna Control C to copy and Control V to paste on this iPhone 13 screen, which is a very empty screen. I know. I'm like, I always forget to place this profile in the right, but okay. So we have this very boring screen. What can we do? Really? What can we do to basically show us the problem that we might have? What I will now do is that I want to basically have the second screen of mobile screen, and that is also normal. You usually will have 30 to 50, and I want this to be actually, let's say, login as well. But during the design I realized that I actually want this to be blue color, and let's make this blue. Let's make this blue. So I designed this color, I designed the color of this button again, but you can realize even though I copied and pasted from this button, its color did not change. And now picture this. Let's say you have 50 mobile screens and you realize your color for your button is wrong and you actually wanted blue instead of brown, and you have to go now to 50 other screens and change the color each time, and that is a hassle and that takes so much time. What components do is they actually solve this problem specifically. What components do is they let you create a master element, and to do that we have to first make this button a component first, and the way to do that is Control Alt K on Windows. Now this is a component, and what you can do is, I'm gonna delete these buttons now. What you can do is to actually use a component in the actual app screens you have. You go to Assets. Each component shows on the Assets panel here, and it basically lets you organize your files, and this becomes very handy. It's a drop down here, so it becomes very handy once you have multiple, let's say, types of components. And to fetch it, you basically drag the component you picked, and it's here. And you can also copy and paste like a normal button, and it's here. And now we realize that we actually want the color of the button to be blue. How do we change it? We go to the master element, click, and we basically, I'm gonna move my profile here a bit, and we change its color to blue. And then you realize all the other buttons that actually were the children of this master element also change. So this makes it very easy for you to make changes. Yet it has a problem, and Variants came to rescue for this problem. The problem is, what if you want to use the blue color and the brown color? So in 25 screens of your apps you are using the color blue, in 30 of them you are using the color brown. How do you make that work in a rigid format of a component where you only have one master element? And that's where the variants come into play. And what you do is you click on your component, and to use variants you have to have a component. Simple frame won't work, and you click on this plus sign for variants. Now what a variant is, basically it's a variation of the same element. So we are still designing a button, but depending on the properties we have, we can actually make it look different. And for our case the property will be color, because we are trying to basically change the color from brown to blue. So the property of the variant is color. Now the first button, I want it to be color blue, so I'm gonna give it the value for the color property blue. And the second one, I'm gonna give it brown. And I'm gonna make it go brown here. Let's go a bit, maybe red. Yeah, I like the red better actually. Let's do red. Who cares about brown? Red. Okay. So now we actually have a button with two different variations. It can have the color blue, it can have the color red. And let's, just before we go on, I'm gonna show you an error type where what would happen if we also name this the same value, blue. Now then Figma gives you a problem, because if you have the same values for the two different variations, Figma doesn't know which one to show it to you when you are actually fetching it. So you want to make sure that each combination of properties and values map to a single variant, maybe a single variation of that element. So this has to be red, it can't be the same. And what you do to actually get it is, you go to the assets panel again and you fetch it just like you fetch a component. But now on the right side here, you can pick it. And if you pick red, it's red. And let's copy and paste it here. And if you pick it blue, it's blue. Look at that. And that is the basics of what we are going to use today. We are going to use throughout this whole tutorial frames, auto layouts, components, and variants. And if you are just new to this, make sure you go to the homework practice file in the description, just like I said in the previous video, and that might help you solidify your knowledge. But if you feel bold or you're already comfortable with what I just talked about, let's actually begin designing. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to create the type system. Basically, we are using throughout this, let me actually go to a screen here. Let me zoom in. Let me go Shift 2, zoom in. Yep. So throughout this app, we are actually using a single font called SF Pro Text. Now, if you have a MacBook, you can use SF Pro. If you're on Windows, you can use SF Pro Text. And again, I will add in the description how to download this font if you are in Windows. If you are a Mac user, it should already be pre-installed when you bought your computer or your laptop. So while we are using only one font, we are using it for different sizes. And one thing you want to do if you are going to create a scalable application is you want to create and determine your type system early on. So in order to do that, I'm going to press on frame to create a new frame, and I'm gonna name this type system. And I'm gonna move my profile again to here. I always forget this, guys. So in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press on T for this is a text. Basically, this is gonna be my main frame, and I'm gonna come back to check which kind of a type can I use. But then once we add all the different versions of the type we are going to use, I am actually gonna create I'm gonna show you how to create a type system on Figma, so you never have to visit this frame ever again. So let's begin. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna copy this again, and I'm gonna copy this again. And we are gonna have basically in this app two different versions. We are gonna have 12 pixel, 15 pixel, 17 pixel, and 34 pixel. And we will have this for regular and bold. That's all the type versions of we are using. So I'm gonna have this as my H1, meaning title text. This is gonna be my title text. And this is gonna be my second header. So H1 text, sorry, H2 text, my bad. So subheader, I think subheader would be a better text. And this is going to be 17 pixels. And 15 pixels is gonna be my body text. So this is gonna be the body text. And I'm gonna also auto-width this as well. And then 12 pixel will be my smallest text, so span text. gonna call this span text. And in mobile, 12 pixels is usually the smallest you wanna go. For like icon labelization in iOS, you can go 10 pixel, but I wouldn't recommend going below 12 pixel. It's very hard to read. So this is the bolded version. So you can see each element here is bold. So now what I'm gonna do is I am also gonna select all of these and copy and paste to the right side here. And these, all of these will be the regular version. So they will be the regular version. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. I was trying to change the type. This will be the regular version here. Boom. Okay, so now that we actually have our types, every type we are gonna use is here, we can actually add them to Figma as a type system. So to do that, I am gonna go over each type here, right corner style, so I can add them as a style, and I can click on this, and I'm gonna be here header slash regular. My bad, this one is the bold one, right? Yes, this one is the bold one. I have to edit. Ahmed, you are making mistakes. And that happens, guys. We all make mistakes. So this is the bold one, and I'm gonna add this to be header regular, and I'm gonna add this one as a subheader bold, and I'm gonna add the bold, and as you guessed it, subheader regular, and this one will be body bold, and this one will be body regular. Now if you're asking why am I adding a slash, and the reason for that is I have to move my profile here. I'm gonna move myself here. Once you use a slash, Figma understands that you are actually basically nesting certain elements. So once I do header slash, Figma creates basically a title named header and puts everything inside that I had, like a bold regular. So this is much more easier to read for our eyes. So the body is done. Next will be the span. So I'm gonna do the same here. So span, as you guessed it, slash bold, and I'm gonna do the same for this one. Click on the plus, span regular. Perfect. And I'm just gonna give it a check here. And now that we have this, this is what we can, then I'm gonna show you how we can use this a bit. So if we were to have a text here, let's say I am a text, we can actually, and let's move this to somewhere else, like our iPhone screen here, and these screens will be deleted shortly, but this is just to prove the point of why this is useful. I can now change its styles here without ever going to copy paste from here. This is almost like how we learned how to use variants. It's almost like a variance for type, but Figma made it very easy for the type system to actually have this very neat in the sidebar here. It's actually very neat. And now that we are done with the type, we are going to move to do this, how to create the style design system for the color palette. Alright, so let's create our color system. So to do this, I'm gonna go the same thing. I'm gonna create a frame by actually tapping the keyboard shortcut F. So I'm gonna draw this out, and I'm gonna name this color system. And what I'm gonna do is basically I am going to, what this will have is basically every variation of colors we will have in this app, from this blue, and you can see that we have different shades of blue, right? So I'm just gonna zoom in here a bit, but this is blue, we have white, I believe, around. If you have a good eye, you can tell this is also some sort of a blue color. It looks black, but it is also blue. and we have, let's say, a gray color here, and the background of the screens for this app that I designed aren't actually completely white. They are like 98% white, so that will be added, and those are the colors we are gonna add. So one thing we don't want to do again is we are trying to minimize as much as how much copying and pasting we will do, for two reasons. First of all, copying and pasting is very hard and time consuming, especially if your app scales and becomes, instead of a 12 screen app, which is here, into 100 screen app. The second is it is error prone. You might have copied and pasted the wrong variation of an element, you might have copied and pasted wrong color, but if you have a system that you can follow step by step, you will also make less mistakes and it will save you time. So let's go. So I'm gonna create, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna press O to actually draw circles, and I'm gonna make this like 120 pixels, and these are going to hold my colors, and I'm gonna copy and paste this around, yep, 4 times. Now I'm gonna pick all of these, I'm gonna copy and paste this complete set of row, and that is pretty good. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am gonna begin by the color blue, and I'm gonna go from 100 to 400. 100 signals that it's actually a very light color, and as the number goes up, it means that the color is getting darker and darker. So for this blue, what we will have is I'm gonna pick the color fill tool, and to do that, the Windows shortcut is I, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna go to the second color, and I think the second one here is 200 is this one, this blue inside the stepper. So I think that one, so clicking on that one is a bit difficult, but I think I can do this, guys. Ready? I am so happy for that magnifier tool, and I think Figma just bugged out. Yep, that's your 200. And the 300 is the profile color here. So the icon color when it's not selected, that has to be zoomed out a bit more. I think I'm just gonna copy the color here. The tool is it's very small, so I would make a mistake. So I'm just gonna copy and paste here. And the 400 is actually the text color that I used. I'm gonna copy and paste this as well. Now, basically each row will serve as one type of a color. So the blue is gone. What else can we have? The blue is gone. We will have variations of white. So 2 variations of white. So I'm gonna move this, and I think we will have a gray somewhere. So I think we will have 1 gray. So for variations of white, let's think this through. First variation is the input one. So input color there is. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on my element that I want to have the color fill. I'm gonna press I, and I'm gonna go here, press again. That's the, oh, that is just white. Okay. And then I'm gonna press I, and then I'm gonna go copy the background, and that's the second one. So, and for the gray, we only have the gray here for the disabled buttons. And that is your gray. I don't think it copied though. Let's see. Yes, now it copied. And white is pretty hard to see. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this frame a whole dark background because we can't see the white colors. I realize that. So I'm gonna give it a black color here. Now we can see all the colors. And now that we have this, what we can do is I'm gonna go through the same process. Now at this point, I could use a plugin to actually generate these styles for me, but I'm assuming some of you have never done this kind of work and it's beneficial for you to see me on how to do this step by step. So I'm gonna take the long route, and I'm actually gonna do the same as what we did in when we were trying to systematize the type settings. So I'm gonna click on this, and I'm gonna click on this style icon there, and I'm gonna click on the add, and I'm gonna write blue, and as you guessed it, slash, and I'm gonna say 100. And I'm gonna do this for almost all of them. and then 200. And this is the part of when you really are happy that you have plugins available to you that will automatically do this for you, but it's good to sometimes do it by yourself. So we again did the slash so we can actually see them row by row, and this is gonna be your one. So this is gonna be the white 100, and this is gonna be the white 200 and 200, and let's see, this is gonna be the gray 100. Okay, and let's see how it works right now. I'm gonna go onto the screen again. I'm gonna draw a rectangle on this iPhone. I'm gonna see if I can change its styles, and boom, I'm gonna move my profile here. And yeah, just like our type system, our color system works. It's easily scannable, it's very easy to skim, and I'm pretty happy with it. All right, so now that we have actually done the color styles, now we are gonna move to the icons. We are going to create the icon set that we will use for this project in the next video. Alright, so let's actually begin fetching our icon set. Now we are not going to be creating all these icons from scratch. So what I did is actually I created a frame called icon set, and I wrote down all the icons we need, and you can see the 10th one is bolded, and there is a reason why it's bolded. Just wait, give me a minute, I will explain. Now what I want to do now is I am going to actually use a plugin to fetch most of these icons, and I'm actually going to use two plugins. The first 9 I'm going to actually use the plugin called Feather Icons, and the second one, the last one, this for the Visa icon, I'm gonna use the plugin called Iconify. Now this is very important, and I'm gonna show you how to actually install both of these plugins, so in the future you can also have a starting icon set that you can use on your own to save you time for your designs. And also it's a good practice to learn how to create your work setup where you actually can have the plugins that you need to fasten your work. So let's install the plugins. To install, I want you to go to click on the main menu, plugins, and I want you to go to bottom here and say browse plugins in community. Once you see the screen, I want you to type Feather Icons. This is the first plugin we will download, and I want you to filter with the plugins here, and I want you to click on install for this plugin. Once that is installed, I want you to write here Iconify, and I want you to install this one as well. Now if both of these are installed, now you can actually download these icons, and I am not gonna go over the process of actually using the plugin. What I will do is basically I'm gonna go to the Feather Icons, the first plugin we installed, and I'm gonna basically install all these 9 icons by fetching it here. It's gonna be a bit boring, so I'm gonna actually speed things up in the video level, so that's why all these texts are there, and you can also do this on your time. And let's go. And for the last icon, for the Visa, I'm gonna go plugins, and instead of going through Feather Icons, I'm gonna go for Iconify, and I'm gonna look for Visa, and I'm gonna pick this one. Yeah, and I'm gonna put these here, and you can see all of these icons are actually, I'm gonna select all again, and I'm gonna basically create I'm gonna select all. It should show me, I think Figma is bugging out because it should show me a spacing option as a shortcut. Yep, there you are. And I'm gonna have this as maybe 24, that's better. And they're all spaced well right now, and one thing I'm making sure is the bounding box that each icon has is 24 to 24. The inside icon size doesn't matter as long as it doesn't go out of bounds, but for your styling needs it's very important that each icon has the same width and height of a surrounding box. Now you will see in the design some of the content, meaning the actual vectors might have different sizes than the other icons, but that's okay. As long as the bounding box is the same, we will make it work. So now that the icon set is actually created, let's move on to the actually creating your first variations for our first login and sign up screens. So before we actually move on to looking at the sign up and login screens, I forgot to do one thing in our icon set. So while, and I'm gonna zoom with the Shift 2 here, while you actually might have got the icons from the plugins we use, Feather Icons and Iconify, one thing I forgot was to actually make each icon a component, so we would actually be eligible to use them from the assets panel. And the main benefit for that is you do not want to be coming back to this screen to copy and paste icons all the time. That takes a lot of time. It's much easier to use the assets panel and just drag and drop. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go to layers and I'm gonna go on the left side. I am just gonna go through I'm inside the icon set frame. I am with Shift, I am mass selecting each icon, and then what I'm gonna do is I am going to make these a component. And let's see. Yeah, Figma did not have that shortcut, did it? So that just created a component. So we have to go through the old way. I'm just gonna do the Ctrl-Alt-K for each of these, and that is boring. I don't know if this has a shortcut or not. I thought it would. It didn't, and it crushed my dreams, but it happens. So let's do that. So now each icon is actually a component, and we can actually reach them from here, and that is very handy. So let's move now into the sign up screen and login screen. Let's create our first variants. So I want you to take a look at this two screen, and I want you to basically ask yourself two questions. What elements do visually look alike? And of these elements, are they also logically alike? What do I mean by this? So when I am actually looking at the screen, what I want to do is I want to systematize, patternize almost everything, so I do not do unnecessary work, because in a production level design, like I said previously, you are not going to be working with 12 screens, you are going to be working with 100, and if it's a web app that is actually responsive, it might be 300. So you really want to minimize your work. And to do that, we are looking to actually create the variants. Well, how do we know which elements belong together? By answering those two questions I said. Which elements do visually look alike? And for me, right now, all these rectangles look alike, including the button. But then I ask myself, which of these elements are logically alike? And I can justify saying the input text field is logically alike with the email text input, and the password is also, because they are all input text. They are basically all input fields. But a button is a button. It has a different logical functionality. It is used to actually have an action accomplished. It doesn't take an input. So we are gonna create as variants for the input field, and it will have three variants: the name, the email, and the password. And that's how we decide things. We answer those two questions. I'm gonna press on F to create a frame. And I really want this to have a different background color, because I'm gonna use a lot of light colors. I want it to have a dark color like the color palette. And let's press on F to create our frame. And I think the width of that is 325. What's the margin there? 24, 26. Okay, so Ahmed made a mistake to pass me. It should probably be 327, so it would have 24 pixels left and right on an iPhone device. So 327 pixels, 48 pixels for height. And I'm gonna fill this. I'm gonna move my profile image here. I'm gonna fill this with our color style, which are now here based on our previous video. I'm gonna pick the 100. I'm gonna add this a border radius, because if you look, this input, all of these inputs have a border radius of 8. So I'm gonna add 8 here, and I'm gonna give it a drop shadow of 416, and probably 10 pixels. And you probably cannot tell how the drop shadow works there because the background is, what would you say, black, but if it was white, this is how the drop shadow would work. And let's go to the previous. I want to undo the change. Boom. So our frame is good. I'm going to go back to layer. Our frame is good. I'm going to rename this as input, and I'm going to rename the parent as inputs. So it needs now a text. For the placeholder text, I'm going to write JSON Momoa. I'm doing the text input field, and I'm going to also, because we have the type system, I'm gonna go and say this can be a regular body, and that's pretty good. And I'm gonna make this auto width, and I want to basically align this like 12 pixels maybe. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And so aligning text vertically is always hard because even if you use auto width, there is always bottom and top spacing. So in this one you have a 3.5 pixel on top of the J and 4 pixel on the bottom. So your center, when you are centering, if those two distances are farther apart, you're not actually centering the text because the spacing is incorrect. So this should be maybe a bit low, but it shouldn't be complete 15. It should have maybe 14. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's a bit better. And the color of it should probably not be black, but the gray. That's perfect. So now that we have our input frame, we have to make it a component so that we can actually have eligibility for the variants functionality. So to make a component, the shortcut on Windows is Ctrl-Alt-K. And now I have a component, and I'm gonna make this a variant by clicking on this plus button. Boom. And my second variant will probably be the email one. So it would be jason@hotmail. Maybe X jason@hotmail.com. You know, if we have to make this look production level, Momoa. And now I have two examples, two variants of the input field. Now, what should my property name be? And to answer this, to answer this very simply, you should ask yourself, what is the attribute that I am actually judging the difference of the variance? Meaning, what separates a variant here? What separates an input field from another? And in our case, it's type. If the input type is password, it will look a certain way. If input type is email, it will look a certain way. So for this one, the type, and it will be text. For this one, it will be email. And we should add a third one, and this is the most complex one. It should be the password one, and I'm gonna write this password. And it has actually an icon at the end, and it doesn't have it has the eye icon, so you can actually hide and show the password. So I'm gonna delete the text. It doesn't have a text. What it does have is the hidden password right now. So I'm gonna press O to create those hidden passwords. And maybe 8. Awesome. So those are that's my circle, and I want this circle to be like, yeah, dark blue. And I'm clicking on Alt to actually drag to duplicate, and then I am gonna do one more time. That's good. And I'm gonna take a look out to see if this works. And I think 2 works. And I'm gonna select all of these to basically copy and paste. So let's see that I'm gonna select all of them to basically determine their spacing. If I zoom in a bit, does Figma let me? Nope. But I think they are equal spaced. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna group these circles, group selection. I'm gonna say password text. And then what I'm going to do is I'm gonna make sure this is aligned well. Is it by 12? Oh, what am I clicking? It's 12, so it matches the alignment of the email field. And now I am going to add the eye icon. I'm going to my assets, icon set, and I am going to drop the, okay, I think I haven't got the eye icon. Let's see if I didn't. Yeah. Oh, I'm okay, guys. I think I skipped it. Okay, so I forgot to make it a component. So let me go back. So now I'm gonna select my frame. I'm gonna drop my eye right there. Go to my layers. My eye is there. Perfect. And I want it to be as away as possible as 12 pixels. Maybe 1, 2. What's it? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. One thing I want to make sure is this one, 2 pixels. I want it to be 1 pixel. I want the circle to be 1 pixel as well. And I want the whole eye's color to be dark blue. We don't use black. Okay. And that one works pretty good. One looks pretty good. I think also, so this one is the visible. I think we got the wrong eye icon. So in this one, what we have is that the password is invisible. So that's the wrong eye icon. So I have to go back now. And okay, these mistakes happen. They will not deter us. So we have to install, let me quickly install the other eye icon here. Right there. Yep. Let me put it in the icon set. Let me put it here. Let me make it a component. And let me, oh, that's too much. Let me zoom out. And I'm going back to my inputs. Come on, third time is the charm. Delete that eye icon. Click on the password input, go to assets, get the eye that is actually invisible, select its color to be dark blue, and we want it to have a stroke of 1 pixel. And also we want to, let's see if we, what's the distance? Yep, we wanna give it, what is it now, 15, 12, and then we want this to be 12 also, and boom. Yeah, now it works. All right, so now that, so how this is gonna be used again is, now that we can go to assets and we can have an inputs variant here, like you can see, and if I were to drop one here, I can pick its version. If we pick password, it's this. If we pick email, it's this. So now that the inputs is done, now we can, I zoomed out too much. Now we can focus on the sign. All right, so now that we are done with the inputs, let's begin creating the variants for the large buttons, which are the sign up, login buttons for our signing and login screens. But if we look at the other parts of the app as well, we can see we are using the same button for booking, and we also have a different state of the button, which is the same width and height, but it's gray, so it's disabled. And one more thing I want to take your attention is the label in each of these, meaning label on each of these large buttons is, some of them is login, sign up, book now, go to checkout. The width of the actual element doesn't change, but the size of the label is changing. So that means we actually have to use Autolayout to accomplish this functionality. So let's get cracking. So to create a frame, again, you know this now, I'm gonna press F and I'm gonna name this as buttons. And the reason I'm doing these all in different frames is because, as you can see, I actually, the more I separate each component apart, I will have easier access in assets panel because they will be much more organized. So in the buttons, what I want to do is, I'm gonna click on F again, tap on F again, and I'm gonna set this with the 327/48. I'm gonna change the color of the buttons frame to match the dark one here, and I'm gonna add a fill of white there, but my white is actually specified with 100, same as what we went through for the input fields. It's gonna have 8 pixels of radius, and it will also have a drop shadow of for 16 pixels blur and 10 pixel for the actual drop shadows color for its opacity. So now that we have this as the starting point, I am going up, and one thing I realized that is different for the button is it's actually the blue color. So I'm gonna change it to here, the initial blue. Boom. It also has a label just like the input field, but the label is centered, and that's important. So it will be like login. So the label is centered, and it is also bolded. So in here, in the input field, the labels were left aligned, but also regular. But for the buttons, it is centered with bolded. So they are also bold, not regular. So I'm gonna pick my text of basically bold 15, which is pretty good. And to actually accomplish the centering, I am actually going to use Autolayout. And one thing I want to do is I don't want it to hug content. I want it to have fixed width and height. And there's a reason for this. So fixed center, fixed center. The reason is, so I'm going to show you two ways of this, okay? So I'm going to actually drag another one. So let's say hug content, hug content. So in this situation, if I were to actually add new text, you can see the content of the background also scales, but that is not what we have throughout the application, because despite the changes of the label size horizontally, width and height of the background of the button stays the same. Buttons width and height stay the same, and that means it has a fixed width and height, but the text is free to grow as large as it can. So that's why we are using fixed instead of hug. So now that we are here, I can show you now. I can make this grow, and the what would you say, rectangle itself will not resize, and that is the key here. So now I have this, what I will actually do is that I am gonna make this a component so that I can make, then I have a variant. So I'm gonna click on Ctrl-Alt-K to make it a component, and I'm gonna name it large button, and I am gonna give it a variant. And what should the variant be based off is again the same question. And again, what attribute are we trying to differentiate? We know the key attribute we have right now is that if the button is primary, it's gonna have the blue background color, and if it's a secondary, or what would you say, if the button is active, it will have a blue color. If it's not active, it will have a gray color, meaning it will be disabled. You won't be able to tap it. But we can also have another property here that is important, such as we can have, and in this application for large buttons like these, we don't have it, but we can also have a secondary button or a tertiary button, meaning that what would happen if we were to show a button here like this. Look at the cancel button here for the small buttons. Unlike the primary button here where the button is filled and it gets your attention, a secondary button is created with the fill removed but only added in the strokes. So I think I will have that in the large button just in case in the future we might need it. So I'm gonna have two properties. The first property, and again, is active. Is it active or not? And to add the second property, I'm clicking on the more options icon. I click on add new property, and then one moment, a bit of buggy here, and the second property will be priority. And I'm gonna zoom in. So what I'm going to now do is I'm going to the first button and I'm gonna say active. Yes, priority, primary. The second button is also gonna be primary, but it won't be active. And when it's not active, we want its background color to be grayed, and we want the color of here to be blue. And I don't want this to have a complete white. That's my mistake. We have to use our color system wherever we can. And so now we have two primary buttons. One is active, one is not active. And I want a third one just in case. That's too much zooming in. I want a third one just in case here. Gonna zoom out. Third one to be secondary button but active. So what that means is it is active but it is secondary, and Figma is giving me an error because it cannot have the same values as the first one. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on Shift X to switch stroke and fill properties, and I am also going to give this the color blue. There we go, and that looks pretty good. So those are our 3 versions of our colors, and yeah, so those are our buttons that we can now play with. Right, just before we go on for the login and sign up screen and begin designing them, I haven't mentioned here, so in the previous video we did the button variations, and one thing that your test of adding new text here might fail. So here right now it is not centering the text even though we set it as fixed width and height, because you actually have to click here to actually select where do you want the position of the content be, and if you select center, no matter what you add should actually be recentered alone, and that is how it works. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do this for each of the variants. I'm gonna check if it's done here, it's done. If here it's not done, so I'm gonna do that here. All right, so now all of them is done. Now we can actually move to the login and sign up screens. All right, so let's go. So, and this is my tea. That tastes great. Okay, so I know you've been waiting for this part, so let's begin. So I want you to show for our frame we actually have iPhone 13 mini, and what I'm going to do is I'm gonna just press F and I'm gonna pick iPhone 13 mini as well, and I'm gonna pick it to around here, and I want you to take a look at how to go on and design this. So when I'm looking at this, what I'm seeing is basically a background image with some kind of an overlay on it. We have the company logo, we have the message, if it's a sign up it's welcome, if it's a login screen it's a welcome back, and we have some form to fill, and at the end of the form we have the option for the user, if they have an account already they can go to login, if they don't they can come back. It's a very simplistic sign in sign up that doesn't have social media account sign in options, etc. So let's go. So one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna name the sign up screen copy, and what I'm gonna do is I am gonna right click and I'm gonna go for my plugin called Unsplash to actually find the background image. And if you haven't already, please install the plugin Unsplash here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for travel, and let's see what we have. Let's see, I'm looking for this particular image, but I might not be able to find it, but oh, I did. I'm lucky. So I actually got the image. Sign up screen, and I think I did a mistake here where I think the image is added to the whole frame. That's not what I want. I want the image to be on top of a rectangle here. I think that's what is happening. So I think I have to get this overlay here. Yep, I got this rectangle, and this rectangle is what I'm going to fill the image as. So plugins, Unsplash, the same process. Maybe travel here. Go down, go down, go down here. Why is it? Okay, now that is correct. So sign up screen copy. Okay, so this is correct. Now I'm going to add an overlay to the image, and I'm probably gonna add the overlay of blue, meaning even in the overlay I'm gonna use our primary colors, and I am gonna go back here, get rid of that one. I'm gonna add an overlay, and I want the overlay to be basically our blue color, which is basically I'm gonna press I for its color, and I'm gonna pick that, and probably 20%, that's too little. Maybe 50%, that's too much. 40%, that's too blue. So my blue guess was wrong. Maybe it needs to be a darker color. So maybe what we need to do is actually, we might need to go and pick our dark blue color here and copy that, remove that from our frame, go to our image, go to its overlay and paste it there. That's, how is 80? I'm trying to find the maximum. Okay, that's, so I know 80 is too high. I know 20 is too low. Maybe 30? No? 50. And what you can do is you can play with, as you are holding shift, you can go by 10. And probably around 55 or 45 is the answer. I will go with 45 for now. And that's how you find the background overlay color. And you basically find the maximum and minimum bounds and just play around till your eye actually finds that, okay, this is the value that makes sense. So now I am looking and I'm going to design the logo, and I'm going to have a rectangle here, and I am going to make this maybe 128 pixels. And what I want is to have it, for it to have the initial blue color we have. And one thing that is different for this one is that if you look at it, it's a rectangle, but only 2 of its corners are actually having a radius. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do for this one. And its probably height is 48 pixels as well. Yeah, maybe 60. But let's first add these edges. Let's try it 16. Do I add it to the right edge? I think so, yeah. So maybe 64. Yeah, that works. And 148. And to see if my height matches now, and I could go the easy way here. I think 48 would work. Maybe 64. I'm not sure. Let me check. I think this has to be bigger, eh? So for me to actually know, I can just go and copy the values, but I want to train my eye. Even though I designed the whole app previously by myself, this is not a community project app. What I will do is, it's still difficult to redesign something. What I will do is I will click on Shift R, which lets me access the ruler tool, and I'm dragging a vertical straight line here. Okay, so for the width, I got it right. So it is 188 pixels. And its height looks all right now, but I think the radius is for this one a lot more. So maybe 32 and 32. That is correct. I think that works. And then I will add a text here, and it will be Activista. And I want it to be auto width. And I think this is the only text, because it serves as a logo, that we will not systematize with our type. And what I want this to be is basically 36 pixels, maybe 28 pixels. And I want the second part of it to not be bold. So I will have the second part selected, and I'm going to make it a regular. And that works pretty good. And now I'm going to align this. Let's see. And I'm going to check how far away it is. And I think I want it to be 24. And at 24, that is 42. So at 24, I want the right part to be also 24, so it's centered. So I'm going to get this to be maybe around here. So maybe this can be 172. And yeah, I think that works pretty good. Maybe 17. And again, aligning vertically is difficult because you can see top is 6 pixels, but the bottom is 8. So you cannot trust the Figma tool here. Should probably be 16 to 15, and that should work. Okay, so let's move on, and we can circle back to the logo again later. So now what I'm gonna do is I am gonna have my text welcome, and this will basically be my header. So I'm gonna treat it as a header, and I'm gonna auto with it, and I'm gonna add the exclamation point there. And then what I'm gonna do is I am basically going to think about all this big form as a frame. And inside this frame, I will have 3 groups: name group, email group, password group, and then button, 4 groups maybe. And the input groups will have a text label like your name and then the input. And only the button will not have a text label above it. So it's gonna be like this. So I'm gonna go to my assets, and I am going to go and fetch an input here. All right. And before going further, I want to add a layout grid here so I can see things better. And if you don't know what a layout grid is, it basically allows you to, it basically allows you to use vertical, and if you want vertical, horizontal layout of how your content should be placed at all screens. It works very well. So I'm gonna do that. So I can know, okay, that's at 24 pixels. Go above, and this is the name field. So what I need now is the text label. I'm gonna undo. I'm gonna do Shift-0. Gonna go here, text. Gonna say your name. And this probably should not be body regular, but body bold. So your name, probably 2 dots here. And I will have this auto width as well. And I'm gonna check how far away it is from the text input. It's 22 pixels, that's a lot. So our left margin is 24 pixels. So the spacing I'm going to do here is also important. And how I'm going to base it is basically, I know our left and right margins will be 24 pixels. So I'm going to use the power of 2 for each margin we will have between different elements. And when an element is actually related to a group of the element, meaning when you are thinking of a text input, you cannot think of it without the label of your name. So they actually should be closer to each other than they are closer to welcome. So what I'm going to do is I am actually going to reduce this distance to 12. And that should give me now 12. Yep, that's pretty good. And I'm going to go to the layers, and I'm gonna basically frame these 2 things, and I'm gonna write this as text input. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this one, and I'm gonna pick this one to be email. And I'm gonna change this to your email. Very simple. And I'm gonna do it the same manner where I'm gonna write this as email input. And then I'm gonna drag this again, and this will be, as you guessed, it probably your password. And I'm gonna go here to my component and pick its variant to be password. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to add my button, which is our button is missing right now. So I'm going to go to our assets. I'm going to the button section. I'm going to drag it here. And I'm going to go make it go 24. And it should probably be 327. What's happening? And that distance is too much. Maybe around 30. And we can worry about the margins later, but right now what I want to do is I want to group all these 4 things. And that would let me use our Autolayout function, and how I'm going to show you in a second how we are going to use it. So I'm going to frame these 4 elements as well. And I'm going to write them as the form, sign up form. And then I'm going to add an Autolayout. And what Autolayout does is it's going to give me between each element, so our name frame, email frame, password frame, and our button, I want us to have roughly 24 pixels. And that's great. And I'm gonna, basically, I really want to hide this. Yeah, I don't want to see the red colors anymore. I want to hide our layout. So I'm gonna click on Alt-Shift-4 to actually hide it. That's good. And now let's see how far away our welcome text to our form. That's 43 pixels. So I'm gonna get it to be maybe 24. And let's see how far away that is. 32. I think 32 pixel there works well. So from the logo to top, that's 32 pixels. From here, that's 24 pixels. And I'm gonna check with my ruler how everything is aligned to the left. That is pretty good. Yeah, I think this works. So this is your sign up screen, guys. And the only thing missing right now is this text at the bottom, and this should be, my bad. And this should also be sign up. And let's add our text, our basically gateway to the login screen that says tap here if you already have an account. And I want this text to be auto width. And I don't want it to be bold. I want it partially to be bold, and I want it to start at the same left alignment, which is 24 pixels for the X coordinates. And I want it to have, because it's so related to the sign up button, I want it to be like 12 pixels up most. So maybe 12 pixel, that's pretty good. And then I'm gonna make the tap here word to be bolded. And I want it to be, again, bolded, and its color to be blue. And that works pretty good. I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing compared to there. Now, what I want to do is I'm gonna design the login screen, and we are missing the status bar for these two screens, so it doesn't matter, but later on the status bar will kick in. And let's go and design the login screen. So what I'm going to do is I am going to basically drag a copy of the sign up screen, and I'm gonna rename it as login screen copy. And I'm going to look at the differences. The first difference is the welcome back message, which makes sense. And then you can see the alignments here of what is the same, but where the texts begin is the same. So what we will do is, to keep the same alignment, I'm going to just remove the your name field here, and then it goes up, and I'm going to add the welcome back. We probably want it to be uppercase. I like it uppercase more now. And I'm just gonna drag this. But if I press shift, you can also go 10 pixel up instead of normal 1. And I'm gonna check the distance. That's 12, perfect. And the text also has to change. It should be, if you don't already have an account. And that works. Yeah, I'm looking at the login screen now, and that looks pretty good. I don't think it has any issues. I think I can ship this one, yeah. Let's move on to the next screen. I think the sign up and login process is done. And let's move to the next things we have to do. And I think we have to do a bit more variants before we can. All right, so let's think about the discover screen, and let's find out what we have to design before we move on to the screen. What are the elements we have to add as variants so that we can actually make it easy for ourselves when we go to part 2, when we will copy and paste, so that, we cut our workload again. So the a couple of things that we don't have right now is we do not have this top status bar that I believe is present in every other screen. And it looks like it has two modes. In the first mode, it's in the dark blue color of our color palette. And in the second part, when it's behind an image, it's actually white. And then I look further and I realize we have a new input type, and I think it's the search bar input. And that's a new input type. And then we have a new element, filter elements here. One moment. Filter elements here, and it looks like each filter element has two states. One is when they are unpicked, and one is when they are picked. So in the London case here, we have a filter element that is picked, and then we have a filter element that is unpicked. And then we have some cards, and it looks like we have a few different options for them. We have cities, one moment, we have cities, we have activities, and it looks like each city has a 3 different image, and each activity is a 3 different image. So I can see just the cycling, right? Biking, 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 they are just changing its position. Okay, so then let's begin by actually finishing the status bar. So I'm going to create a variant for the status bar first. So I am going to do the same process, going to press F, and I'm going to name this frame status bar. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick its color, I'm going to tap I. And then I copied the color from the inputs. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to copy this element and I'm going to paste it. And the reason I copied this element instead of designing from myself is it was an element I actually fetched from an iOS kit. So usually you have to download the Apple's resources to actually get the top status bar. Their design is very intricate. It's much better to fetch them yourself and then change their colors for yourself than it just design from scratch. And I am gonna get this one's color to be blue. For this one, maybe we might need to go for white background. And this will be a bit difficult because we have a dark color here and maybe a bit of a lighter color, because we will also have a white variation. Then because the background is white, we won't be able to see the white variation. So let's pick a background maybe somewhere in the bluish here. Yeah, that might work. And so right now I'm gonna detach it. It was a component before. I'm gonna make it this bar like status bar element. I'm gonna make it a copy for our sake. So I'm gonna now make it a component. And to do that, I am gonna press the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-K for Windows, and then I'm gonna add a variant to it. And I know now that we know that the only difference will be its color. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna basically say the properties value, the property will be color, and we will just pick its color. So for color, this is dark blue. And for this one, we will pick white. And let's just do that. Let's just make this white and boom. And that works pretty good. So that's your status bar. All right, so for the filter element, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna create my frame with the shortcut F. And let's put my frame here, and I'm gonna name this frame filters. And then what I'm going to do is basically I am going to create a frame. Let's say maybe 32. And I'm gonna basically let it have a stroke. And I'm gonna give this a 16 pixels for border radius. And I want border radius, or I want its border color to be blue. And then what I want to do is I want to add a text here for its label. And let's say London. And I want this to be basically a regular text. So I want this to be regular body. So let's go to our regular body and let's make this auto width. And I want also this to have an auto layout so that things always stay at center. So I want it to have an auto layout. And I don't want it to hug its content. I want it to be, maybe I do want it to hug its content for the width. For its height, I'm okay with fixed center. So let's think, and I want the color of the text to be also the blue. And let's see how it works now. Yep. So it horizontally moves. It horizontally increases its width dynamically, but for the height, we have a fixed height. So I think that looks pretty good to me. I'm gonna just check. I think this has to be at the center. Yeah, I think maybe 8 pixel, and E24. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I think I like that much more. So now that I actually created a design that I like, I want it to actually be a component so I can actually make this element a variant. So to give it the superpower of a variant, I'm going to go through the same process of doing the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-K to make it a component first. And I'm going to rename this filter. And then I'm going to add a variant to it. And the variant property we are going to use is basically picked, meaning is the filter element picked or not? Because that's the only change, that's the only attribute that determines the change. If the filter element is not picked, so this is a no, it will look like this. If it is picked, so we have to swap the fill value, so I press Shift X, and I'm gonna get the blue here, and I'm gonna make it white. And I think I might also make this bold this time. Yeah, so that looks different, and this one has to be yes. And yeah, that is the filters. And now they should also show up. So now both of our filters and inputs and status bar show up in the assets, which is great for us to actually use them on the left side instead of going to their original place. Now, let's move on to what else do we need? Bottom navigation, and let's get that going. And in this design, the button navigation, we don't have the other screens for the user profile or settings, but in the future, if we had wanted to grow the application, we will definitely need them. And for that reason, it's probably a good idea to have 3 variants for the bottom navigation to have basically selected different icons. All right, so let's move on forward with the button navigation. And I'm going to create the frame with the F shortcut. This should be very familiar to you guys now. We have done this like 10 times. I'm going to name this bottom navigation. And I'm going to take a look at the bottom navigation. And okay, so it takes the full width of the screen, and I think it's between 48 to 60 pixels. And it has 3 icons inside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to press F to create the base. And it's going to have 375 pixels for width, as that is the width for the iPhone 13 mini. And I'm going to have it a fill color, and I'm going to have it the color blue. And now I think it's left top and right top sides have a border radius. So I'm going to definitely do that of maybe 12. So I'm going to do 8. Nope, 12. No, 16. And here, 16. Nope, that wasn't the right one. 16. No, the middle one. Yes, I always forget which one is which. Maybe not even 16 is enough. 32 maybe. No, I think 16 is the right one, eh? Let's look at back. Yeah, I think 16 is the right one. So after this, what I'm going to do is, and is the 48 right? I think it's a bit bigger than 48. I know this button is 48, and I'm gonna gauge with my eye. No, I think it's between 48 to 60, probably. Let's say 54. Maybe 56. Let's do 56. When in doubt, go multiples of 4. And I don't remember what I designed it to be, but it should be somewhere around 56, 54, 52, maybe. But so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the icons. And to do that, I am going to go to our assets. And then what I'm going to do is I am actually going to click on the icon set. And I'm going to have the compass. And I'm then going to have the user profile. And then I'm going to have for the third one settings. Now that I actually got the content here, there is some stuff to do. So what I want to do is basically have the left margin of this bottom navigation and the right margin of the bottom navigation to be 24 pixels. My mistake. That's just a very large zoom out. Basically, if you guys remember, how do we show this? So I'll shoot 4. So if you remember, our left and right margins is 24 pixels mostly. So let's get this to be here. So it should be 24 pixels for the left and right. And we can show this by in our buttons here. Actually, that's the wrong margin, but left is 24, right is 24. And we want to keep that for our bottom navigation as well. But we also want these elements between each icon to have equal spacing. And to do that, we have to actually use Autolayout. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pick these 3 icons. Actually, I'm going to pick the frame and I'm going to add an Autolayout to it. And it's going to basically have the horizontal that is correct. If we go vertical, it's going to look like this. We want horizontal. And we want each content to be centered. And then what we want is basically, we want this to be maybe, what would you say, the left margin to be 24, the right margin to be 24, and it is 46 pixels right now. I think we can increase this to maybe 16, and this to be 16 as well, and that's pretty good. And maybe 15, 14 might look better. Yeah, and 14, and then what we can do is now the left and right margin, my mistake. Now the left and right margin is 24 pixels and distance is equal. That looks pretty good. Now what we have to do is make this icon compass selected, and that would be the white. And I don't want the black color for either of these icons, so I would actually make them go dark blue. And that's our bottom navigation. Now, let's just write bottom nav. And actually, to create the variations of this, we have to make this a component again, Ctrl-Alt-K. And then I'm going to add 2 variations for this, 2 more. So maybe 1 more here. Okay, and we should ask ourselves again, well, what will the property be? And property will be the chosen icon. So I will write chosen. So in the first one, the chosen is pretty simple. It is the discover. In the second one, chosen will be profile. And the third one, it will be settings. Now, the reason I don't write chosen screen is it would just be 3 dots anyway. It's too large of a text for it to show, so chosen still makes sense. And now I'm going to adjust the second bottom navigation element, because in this one, what's chosen is the user profile. And in this one, it will be the settings. So, and Yeah, I think that works. I think the only stuff that we have to change is, I think each of these are now 2 pixels, and I really don't want our icons to have 2 pixels. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to the icon set and I'm gonna make these have 1 pixel width. Now that we are done with the bottom navigation, we can actually go and move on for the image cards. Alright, so let's move on creating the variants for these small image cards. So if you look at the Discover screen here, we have kind of 2 different types of image cards. The first one is basically an image that actually showing you the cities like Berlin, Prague, Amsterdam, and in the other cards you actually see the activities. So in the Discovery part 1 you are picking the city with the cards. In Discover part 2 you are picking the activity you are gonna do in that city. So that's already 2 types of variants. We pick the variant based on its type of whether it's a city or whether it's an activity. And that is the way we are gonna do. But what is also important is if a variant is a city, it looks like it has 3 different types of cities. It can be Prague, it can be Berlin, and it can be Amsterdam. And the image looks different depending on what kind of a city it is. The same goes for an activity. The activity can be eating, the activity can be hiking, the activity also can be biking. So depending not only the type of the card, which is city or activity, we also have specific items that we have to account for. Which city is it? Which activity is it? So that's what we are gonna do. So let's begin creating the variation. Now you must be very familiar with this move. I'm gonna press F for a frame shortcut and I'm gonna draw this and I'm gonna say image cards. And what I'm going to do now is once I named my frame, I'm gonna tap the F keyboard keystroke again to draw my card. And I'm gonna give this like 156, 108. And I'm gonna fill this first with like white background, but our white. And the background of this whole frame, I'm gonna darken it because it's very hard to see right now. So I'm gonna press I on Windows. Boom. All right, so I'm gonna add a border radius of 8 pixels and let's see if I missed anything. I think theirs is a bit wider. I'm just gonna get the sizing from here for this element that is 156 to 108. Oh, I got it right. Huh, my eye was correct. I'm glad. Okay, so then what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna put in I'm gonna go click it on my right click and I'm gonna use the plugin called Unsplash. So if you haven't installed this plugin, you can just go to your home screen and then you can go here in your community again, or you can also do menu, plugins, and then you say browse plugins in community and search for Unsplash. Now, this is a very useful plugin as it lets you import images without leaving Figma. It's a very good idea to have it installed because as designers, we have to actually use these kinds of images all the time and you really do not want to leave your work setting because it actually disrupts your workflow. So you can click on this. It's installed already for me. So you will install this and then you come back and you press right click to use it, plugins, you find it and you click on Unsplash. And then what we can do is we can look for city. And then you can pick basically whatever you want. I think we had Berlin. So we can pick Berlin here. And that looks pretty good. What we can also do is we can just zoom out and see what else is there. So I am realizing that a card is not just an image, but it is also an image with a text on top of it. Now, for us to have that white text, I believe we need to add some sort of an overlay to certain images. Because if the image is too, let's say, white saturated, too light, the white font will not be visible. So let's see. So I'm going to press T for text, and I'm going to write Berlin. And that is a bit difficult to see. So what I want is, I really want this part of a thing, and I want this to be actually, so the problem we are having right now is if I edit, because the image is added to the frame, if I add an overlay to it, will it work? Actually, that looks pretty okay. Yeah, no, it does work. Huh, I thought it would also overlay the font, but it did not. I can still see the font clearly. This might be a bug, but hey, it works. So now that it works, I am just gonna undo the change, and I'm gonna gauge where I am. I want to be at 12 by 12 probably. So 12 by 12, that looks pretty good. And I want my font to be here. Basically body font, but bold. That works. And I want it to have auto width. And I want to check my surroundings. And again, it's the auto aligning for vertical space is a bit harder. So you can see the font actually has a 1 pixel on its left. So this actually is 13 pixels in total. So I'm going to move 11, and I'm going to look down, and I'm going to have to move it up 2 pixels because it has a 4 pixels bottom. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yes. So this is actually the 12 pixel look. Okay, now that I actually got my card, what I'm going to do is to give it the superpower of variants, I have to make it a component first. I'm gonna press my shortcut Ctrl-Alt-K to make it a component, and I'm gonna rename this as image card, maybe a large image card, and I am gonna click on the variants plus button there, and boom. So Ahmed, how many variants will we have for this? And that is a good question. So we already know we will have 2 different types. Is it a city or an activity? And for each city or an activity, we will have 3 different looks. So 3 plus 3 is 6. So that's how much we are gonna have. And then I'm also gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to this variant. I'm gonna remove its image, its overlay, and probably its fill. And I am gonna go right-click plugins, Unsplash, and I'm gonna fetch here Prague. And if you haven't been to Prague, you are missing out. It's one of my favorite cities. I'm just giving it. Prague is a fantastic city. So we have Berlin, Prague. What was the 3rd city? My memory fails me. Come on, Ahmed. The Amsterdam. Okay, I never been to Amsterdam. I mean, I've been to the airport. Airport is nice. I don't know the city. But let's go here. Let's delete this. And let's right-click, plugins, Unsplash. And let's pick Amsterdam. Let's see, probably this one. I think it's that one. I might be wrong, but yeah, it's that one. Okay, our images look intact. That's good. So the city picks are done now. I am now going to add the activities, and I'm going to add till 6 here. Oops, my bad. All right, so I have now my 6 cards now here. Okay, so the 4th one will be the first activity, and let's delete the image, delete the overlay, and let's make this basically the activity of eating, because that's my favorite thing to do. I mean, what else are you gonna do? You are gonna walk the city and you are gonna probably eat, but there are some people among us who probably like hiking as well. Well, to each to its own. So I'm gonna just remove the white as well. I'm gonna go plugins and we are gonna pick, where is the unsplash here? I'm gonna pick hiking. All right. And that's pretty good. And for the last one, we are gonna pick biking, but to do that, we have to remove the image and right click. This is getting pretty repetitive right now. And I am going to write biking. And I am looking for this dude right here. Yes. All right. So let's fix with our fonts first. So this is Berlin, this is Prague, and this is Amsterdam. And so if you notice now, while we can read Berlin pretty easily, it's very hard to read Prague. And one thing we really want to do is we want all of these images to have the same overlay, because if this design actually went to production, if a front-end developer were to take this project, they would probably tell you, yeah, I will not go through each image and put a different kind of an overlay. This has to be general, and so you don't want to give them too much work. So what you want to do is you want to find your worst case scenario, meaning the image that is lightest, I believe for cities is Amsterdam. And for the activity, it's the Berlin one. Sorry, for the activity, it's the biking one. And we are gonna try to give these guys the overlay first. So that's what I'm gonna do. 20%, maybe 25. I think 25 will work. I think 25 will do the job. Let's look at Amsterdam, our second worst case scenario. Yeah, 25 works. So that's what I'm gonna do. 5 pixel, 25%, 25% overlay for eating as well, 25%, and that is pretty good. So now I'm gonna actually rename these Berlin, Prague, Amsterdam. This is eating. This is hiking, and this is biking. All right, so now that we are actually done with the content of the variant, what we want to do is we actually want to specify our properties. Now, our properties were twofold, meaning the type of the card is a city card or an activity card, and the second is its name. Is it Berlin, Prague, Amsterdam? These are all the names. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my property, the first property, to be type. And I'm going to go to the more option here, add a new property, and I'm going to specify this as name. And I'm going to go to my first one, and I'm going to specify type to be city, because it's a city, and the city's name is Berlin. I'm going to go to the second one, city, name, Prague. And Figma will give you sometimes errors if you ever make a mistake. So it's now saying it has an invalid name, which is what we want to avoid. So we gotta give it Amsterdam. And you wanna, now I'm on to the activities. So this one won't be city, but an activity. And it will be the activity of eating. Oh, I'm getting hungry. But let's plug along. This is hiking. And this one is going to be activity biking. And I'm going to do a quick overview. Activity hiking, that's correct. Always double check your work. City Amsterdam, City Prague, City Berlin. That actually looks pretty good. And though that is your variants, and just for the final check, you can go to your assets, and now you can actually see, let's open this a bit, you can see the image cards right here as an asset. That's fantastic. All right, guys, so this part of the tutorial is done. So now we are going to update our input fields to add the search field as well. And let's begin by analyzing how it looks like on the Discover screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click my screen. I'm going to press Shift 0 to zoom 100%. And off the bat, what I'm realizing is this. If I'm comparing this with the login input fields, such as the email and password, I realize that the height of the element and the width of the total element is the same. It's 48 pixels, 48 pixels, 327, 327 pixels. Now, search field also has a placeholder, just like the email and the name fields here. And the difference it has is it has a button that is right aligned inside it, the search button. And that's the one difference that it has. And it also can have the actual value in our design, such as when a user actually does an input or picks a filter element, the placeholder is replaced by the actual text label. What does this mean? So right now in our input variants, we only have the placeholder version for the, my bad, sorry guys. We only have the placeholder version, right? For the name or the email, we do not have an actual value version where how a user would see this input field if they had already put in a value. So that's also something we are going to add. And we are going to add this to almost every element except password, because in terms of user experience standpoint, it is not a good idea to add a placeholder to the password field because it is not that recognizable. You probably want to put it just right aligned to your label, like probably around here, if we were to put it, to say 6 or 12 characters, like give some constraints on how the password should actually contain. But it's not a good idea for consistency's sake to just do a bad user experience, so we are not going to have the password field have a placeholder. But let's begin by adding our search field, and I am going to make this basically search city or activity. And what I'm going to then do is I'm gonna press R for shortcut. I'm gonna do this, drag it. It's 40 pixels height probably and 64 pixels width, and I'm gonna give it the standard 8 pixel border radius that we have, and I'm gonna change its color to our blue, and that already looks good. I'm gonna make it go align for shift, and maybe not that much, but I'm gonna zoom in to see how am I doing. 4 maybe 4 that looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna click on this element, and what I'm going to do is I'm gonna right click, go to plugins, because I want to add my search. Wait, why am I doing that? I already have in my assets field my icon set, so I can just drop this bad boy in. I can bring this search here, boom, and that looks pretty good. I'm gonna give it the color of white, and I'm gonna center these two. Okay, that's pretty good. And I might even group these things. And I don't need them to be framed, like search button. And that's pretty good. And then I'm going to look and zoom out a bit. That looks pretty good. So what's this going to be is, this is going to be search. But now, as we said before, only type property will not be enough, because we also want to differentiate if an input has a placeholder or an actual text. So I'm going to have to add another property. So I'm going to my variants, and I'm going to go to the more options, and I'm going to click on the add new property. And I'm going to say placeholder. And if it's a yes, and for this one, it will also be a yes. And let's actually show some versions of how these things would look like. So I'm going to have new one for the text and one more for the email. So, and I'm gonna move this up. And this is the hassle with the variants. I wish they had a drag and drop, right? It would just resize, recenter itself vertically, but it doesn't. So I'm gonna drop these. Yep. And this one will be the no placeholder, and this time it is actually going to be like Jason Momoa, and it is actually going to have dark. Yes, that's how it's going to look like. This is where a user has actually put in their name. And right now we have the email, and I'm going to move this as well. This is going to be the email input field with an actual value, not a placeholder. And aligning these things is a bit difficult, but we will do a polish soon. So this is no. And email, yes. Placeholder, no. And what we want here is, this is email. And what we want this to be also is basically jason@hotmail.com. And I want this to be dark blue. Boom. And that looks pretty good. Then what I want to do is I will not give the second type for password. In an actual production, we would actually have password show and not show. But in this application, we are not using that variant, so I'm not going to add it. No need to go over perfectionistic here. But I'm going to add the second version of the search. So in this search, we have a search and the placeholder is yes. And in the second one, which I'm going to delete, because I'm going to pick this. And if I press like plus, it will duplicate it, which is pretty good for Figma. And it will be London. And that will be dark blue. And that looks pretty good. I kind of like it. And let's now basically align these things, basically space them pretty good, maybe distribute them. Vertical spacing, yep. And get them left aligned, that looks better. Okay, so we are done with adding the search input field, and we added the other options for our name and email fields, such as adding the option to have a placeholder or not. Now I think we are ready to actually design the discover screen, and let's do that in the next video, guys. So now the long-awaited moment of actually designing the new screen, and let's zoom in. Let's do Shift 2 to zoom in, and this is our screen. And we have a status bar, which we already created the variants for. We have a text, big title text asking where does the user want to go, and then we have a search field. We have the filters, and then we have the favorite cities, as the city is the first thing a user will pick before an activity. Oops, my bad. And so let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna press on F, and I'm gonna pick iPhone mini, and I'm gonna drag the one that is created to here. I know our design actually document is getting crowded. We have to actually move things around a bit, but I just want to do this screen first before we do that. Maybe finish the discovery part too as well. So now what we will do is basically we will go to our assets, and because we already did the heavy lifting, I'm just gonna pick stuff. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna click on the status bar. I'm gonna drag one here, and I'm gonna basically 0 for X, 0 for Y, and that looks actually pretty good. Then what I wanna do is I wanna press T for creating a text field shortcut, and I wanna write Jason, where do you want to go? And I know already that the type for this will be bold header. So that looks pretty good. And I do not want this to be auto width because what would happen is it would actually go over the whole screen because it's too wide. So what I can do is I can give this an auto height, and I want this to be left aligned, obviously. And let's zoom in here a bit, and I want this to have the color of dark blue. And that looks pretty good. And around here is pretty good. And so where do you want to go? And that looks pretty good so far. So then what I want to do is I want to add the search field. So for that, I wanna, okay, so for this, and again, what's happening is, all right, it's the video recording software I'm using is bugging the Figma because it's basically overlaying it in front of it, and that is pissing me off, but hey, we did it. So this one will actually be a search, and look at that, look, and then we will have our filters, and I am going insane with my recording tool. Guys, I never thought this would be a problem, but hey, if you are using a recording tool, I wish there was an option to pull it to the maybe top side. That would be fantastic, but it happens. It's not a perfect world, eh? So I have my filter element now, and what I'm looking at this design screen is we basically have a horizontal scrolling view option. Means basically the user understands they can actually tap with their thumb and move to swipe to right or left to move left or right. And that is only shown as a signal when some half part of this filter element is actually hidden. So the user understands visually, okay, for me to see the remaining part, I need to swipe. So that part is very important. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this 2, 3, and maybe 4 times. But first, let's make this Istanbul. So Istanbul. And what other cities do we have? We have Vienna and New York. Okay, so let's make this Vienna. And let's make the last one New York. And that one can be New York here. Okay, Figma is bugging a bit. New York. And that's good. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to frame them. And then I'm going to maybe make 24 pixel. And I'm going to move the X here. Okay, that's too much. Maybe 12? I think 12 is the right. I think 12 looks pretty good there. Maybe, yeah, 12 looks pretty good. I'm going to check the distance between the top elements. And I want the search field to be at the 24 pixel. I want the text to be at the 24 pixel. And maybe around here. And that's pretty good. And then what I want to do is I want to actually group all these guys into a frame. And that is with Ctrl-Alt-G. And I will rename this as filters. And that's pretty good. So now I'm gonna go maybe 1 pixel up because it's 24 pixel. It's consistency with the left and right margin. That is pretty neat. So I'm gonna go, what else am I missing? I think we are missing I think the half of the screen is done. We might have some spacing issues we might polish later on, but let's just add the new text now. So I'm going to press T for the text shortcut, and I'm going to write favorite cities. And what I'm going to do is I am going to pick for its color dark blue. And for the text size, I think I'm going to go with the subheader bold. And I can make this auto width because it's not that big enough to actually go overflow the screen. And once we have our city text, I can now add the cards, which we already created the variants of. So that's handy. So I'm gonna put myself here for you guys to see, and oh, I'm gonna pick this one here. All right, so we put our cards here, and now just like the filter element, our cards are also horizontally scrollable, and we do the same, basically signaling saying because half of the card is actually not seen on the screen, the user understands I have to swipe. And that's exactly what we are gonna do as well. So this is gonna be here, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this. And now what we want to do is we want to grab these three and make them a frame so we can actually add some auto layout. So I'm gonna go layers, and I'm gonna name this as favorite cities. I think Figma put it outside of our iPhone frame. I'm gonna put it in. I think that bug kinda Figma sometimes bugs a bit. So what we want to do now is we want to add an auto layout here of maybe 24 pixels. That's too much. Maybe 16, maybe 12. I think 12 does the job, and we want to center these, and we probably want them to be centered here. And now what I want to check for is our alignment for the text. So I'm gonna press Shift R, and I'm gonna get it here, and we are almost there. But I think for the text we are good. I think for the text inside the status bar we can do a bit more left, but it doesn't matter too much because it's something outside of our control. We don't design these are given by the Apple, so I don't have a problem with that part. Okay, so now our alignment looks pretty okay for the vertical. Now then what we can do is we can actually pick the cities. So the first is Amsterdam, Berlin, and Prague. So this one is Amsterdam, Berlin, and Prague. And that's pretty good. So I'm gonna check its distance to the top. That should probably be closer than 24 pixels. Maybe 16 would work pretty good here. And I'm gonna get even closer, maybe. So what I'm trying to see is what's the bottom spacing here. It's I think 4 pixels. So if I get it to 12, it will actually be 16 pixel difference. So that looks pretty good. I'm gonna click on it. I zoomed out too much, Shift 2. Okay, so this looks pretty good. I'm gonna add the favorite cities text. And so what I'm gonna do is so cities, this is favorite cities cards. So if I were to put this text here, you wouldn't see the text because it would actually try to auto lay out the text as well. So that's not what you want to do. What you want to do is actually, we have to go back. What you want to do is you want to close this cities frame, and you want to frame these two as well. And that will be favorite cities. And that's pretty good. So now we can actually duplicate it by pressing Alt and drag. And we are gonna do that with Shift so it doesn't change. And that looks pretty good. So let's see. So one thing I want to make sure we have is our bottom navigation as well. And can you see how easy it is to add these things once you have created the variants already? And oh, I think our bottom navigation width is wrong. So it might be a good idea to go back and check it. So it should be the whole screen. So that should be 375 pixels. So I'm gonna look at here and I'm like, okay, so what would be 126? Okay, that's too much. So for here, what we want to do is, I think for the width, we want it to be fixed, and that should be 375 pixel. And for each of these also, the width should be fixed. It should be 375 pixels. So let's do that. And these mistakes happens, guys. Design is an ongoing process. Nobody does it perfectly. One thing I learned from once I turned this into a full-time career and I'm a full-time UI UX designer, we always make mistakes, and you making a mistake is actually your opportunity to learn something and develop. So do not judge yourself as harshly when you make mistakes. We all do. It's not an if but when, and your reaction to your mistakes will actually determine your outcome. You can choose to learn from them. So I now learned that I should double check my width when it's for variants. So I'm gonna go back to my nav screen. I'm gonna rename it to be Discover Part 1. And for the second part, we have top picks for cities. So this should be top picks. And the third one should be, let me see, on the rise. Okay. So then what we can do is, so I'm gonna check the distance between these two. That should be 24 pixels maybe. Well, it's also related, so maybe 16 as well. So then this one is also 16. And that looks okay. Maybe we can go. So in here I did 24. Okay, I understand, because they are each separate. So maybe 10. So what I'm doing is, if I press shift, it just does double. So it just actually does 10x. So it moves 10 pixels down or up. So I'm trying to get to 24. So my math is failing me. And so in this one, in the second one, the images, so while we are using the same cities, we are changing their location. So this one will be Berlin, this case, and in this one, this will be Berlin. And then what is the middle? So Amsterdam is the middle. So Amsterdam here is the middle part. And this one will be Prague. Yeah, and that looks pretty good to me. I'm gonna do shift. I'm gonna just zoom out a bit, and that looks pretty good. I'm gonna check my spacing. So all of these can go 1 pixel up for 24 pixel. Yep, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. And yeah, all these can go 1 pixel up because it's a 25 pixel there. And yeah, maybe one more. So maybe everything in here can go 1 more pixel up. And that looks pretty good. I'm just gonna check the high. So 68 there for Y, 68 here. Yeah, that is perfect. So that is our Discovery Part 1 screen. And we can also do the second part very easily. What we will do is we will duplicate this screen and we will rename this Discover Part 2. And what we can do is we can actually pick a city here. And the top I picked London, but I want to pick Istanbul, my hometown. So I am gonna actually go here. I will toggle it. One thing Figma does very well on variants is if you actually created a variant property and gave it the value yes or no, it actually understands that it shows you as a toggle. So yes, no, it's Istanbul. And then what I want to do here is we have a placeholder now, and this should be not text but search. And so one thing it doesn't have, oh, so I think we made a mistake here. I think we didn't create the search field well. So let me see here. So what is this field? Search, yes. Okay, so in some part here, we actually made the type search and placeholder yes have two different mappings, meaning there's another element that also has the same values here. So let's quickly search. Search, yes. Okay, so this is, okay, this is yes, search, this is search placeholder, no. Okay, so now the mistake should be resolved actually. So if we go here, we say search, placeholder no, and we can type this to be Istanbul. And that is pretty good. And that is our second pick, guys. That is our second discover screen. That looks pretty good to me. And yes, I will see you on the next video. So let's move on to the actual detail screen. I'm going to zoom into it by pressing Shift 2. And this is after we picked the city and we picked the activity. This is the screen we see. And I'm looking at the screen and we already have the status bar. We already have the icon for this. We have the background image, where we know we can use Unsplash to actually get it. And we have the text here. But one thing we do not have is we do not have these avatars. And this is meaning these profile pictures with the labels below them that tells the user who are attending and what are their names, who will you meet. And we also don't have the small link here. So if you look at this link, like this see more and see all is a bit different. See more is basically it's going to extend, but see all is probably going to create a pop-up. See all is almost like a button here, and it's something we call a tertiary button, where it's not even a secondary button with the stroke around and with the background like in our large button. Let me show you. So it's not even this, but it's almost like it doesn't have a background. It's just a text with an underline on it, but it still functions as a button. Then we have these cards, which we don't have. So it looks like we have 3-4 things here. We need to do the avatars variants so that we can actually have multiple versions of this. We probably need a small button variations. Right now we only have large button variations, but we know in the next screens, especially here, we will need smaller versions of those buttons, and that's an entirely new category itself, so they will have to be a new variant group. And then we will need these cards, these benefit cards, I believe, like this activity is cost friendly, or this activity can make you friends, or something else. So let's begin with the avatar variation. So what I'm going to do is I am going to zoom out a bit, and I'm gonna press F for short key for frame, and I am going to title this frame as avatar images. And then I'm going to do Shift 2 to zoom in, and I'm gonna press O for a shortcut for a circle shape, and I'm gonna make this basically 48 by 48, and I just want to check if it is 48. Let me check. It looks like 60. Is it 60? I want to see. It is 60. Okay. Not wrong, because 48 looked just a bit small to my eyes. So let's do 60. And one thing I want to do is I want this circle to first not actually have a fill. And I want to right click and use my plugin user profile, which will actually give us random profiles. Now, to actually install the user profile plugin, I want you to click on top menu, go to plugins. We did this before now, actually installing a plugin, and then what you can write here is user profile. And once you do that, I want you to filter by plugin, not files. And then I want you to install the first one here and then come back. So once you install, you can actually use the plugin now. So right click, go to plugins and go to user profile, and you have a few options now. I want male, female, I don't care. And I want to insert a random photo. And then what I want is I want to press T. And I want to write here, what does this guy look like? He looks like an Anton. I do not know why, but he does. So I'm gonna make this a body regular. And then I'm going to center these guys and I'm gonna press both of them. And I am actually going to frame these two together so I can create them a component and then make them a variant. So this is my frame of maybe large avatar, because I know in the later screens we will have a small avatar. So large avatar, and then now the next thing I want to do is I want to actually make this a component. So I'm going to press Ctrl Alt K for shortcut, and now it's a component, and I'm going to add a new variant. What is the attribute we are doing? Basically, depending on the name of the person, their looks is going to change. Now, of course, two people can have the same name and their face will not be the same, but not for our avatars. If the name is different, they are probably going to have a different image, okay? So, real life exceptions don't count. So I'm going to right click by selecting the circle. I'm going to go to user profile and I'm going to insert another random photo. Awesome. And that looks like to me Mary. I'm literally judging stock photos here, but that happens. That's life. So I'm going to click right. I'm going to go plugins again, user profile, do the same. Okay. George. And one thing you can do here is you can do an auto layout for vertical and then you can center. And this is a very good idea for each of them, because like you see here, if the name gets too long, we stop being centered and you have to then spend time centering things, and that is not an ideal use of our time. So I'm going to do auto layout and I'm going to center each of these, maybe 2 pixels. Yeah, 2 pixels might do the trick, actually. And add the auto layout, center, and 2 pixels. There we go. Okay, so George is good. Let's add a new one. And I'm just going to add a new one also. 5 is good enough. So let me replace these as well. Okay. All right. I'm gonna name this guy Luke, and I'm gonna name him Matthew. All right. So this looks pretty good. So we have the avatars now, and now one thing we don't have is, while we have the content, we haven't specified the property or the values. So right now, if we were to actually create, like fetch an instance here, we would just have variant 2, variant 3. Those are not values that we could actually remember 6 months later when we are going to use this variant and say, what is variant 4? But the name is much more memorable. So that's what we are going to do. Now the property is going to be name, obviously. So name. And then I'm going to go through each and I'm going to give them the name Anton, Mary. And this process might actually be boring, but it really pays off, guys, because this is the only repetition we will do. Anything else we will do is when we are going to use this on design is just drag and drop. Alright, I think I'm pretty good with my avatar images, and I think they look pretty good. Alright, so let's move on to create the next set of variants, and I want to do the small button versions. Basically, I want this. This is one of the tertiary version of our button, and on here we have the secondary and the primary. So I'm going to zoom out here, and I believe we do not have for the small buttons a disabled version. I think we might actually add it. A disabled version might actually work well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually buttons here, and I am going to add this variant to the buttons, but what I'm going to do is I am actually going to, inside here, I'm gonna click on the frame, and I'm gonna press F to create the surrounding box for my small button. And this is probably gonna be 32 pixels, maybe 96 starting. I mean, it will have a auto layout, but let's say 32 pixels and 8 pixels border radius. Okay, so what we will now do is we can fill it with, let's say, white, but probably with blue. Alright, so let's get this and let's put a text on it. Let's say done. Oops, sorry guys, my typing skills are not that good today. And done, and body bold, that is pretty good. I want this to be auto width, and I'm gonna have it here, and I'm gonna click on my frame here, and I'm gonna rename it as small button. Perfect. And then I'm going to add an auto layout on it, and I probably want to make its width for now fixed and centered. Like, maybe it can grow, but I just want this to be like, yeah, that looks pretty good to me, actually. It's this version, that looks pretty good. I just want to make sure, I want to double check if I got the height right. And it looks like I did get the height right. Maybe it can be a bit wider, right? This is a bit wider. So maybe we can do that. Make this a bit wider. And the other label we can use, cancel, that is actually a bit longer. So what we can do here is we can center it and maybe do 32, and maybe not make it fixed. And that might be pretty working. And let's see if we add text, it will actually dynamically resize, it will. So that's good because we want the cancel to actually have the same padding as well. But let's make the height of it fixed. And let's make that center. Okay, so I will make this a component by pressing Ctrl-Alt-K. And now it's a component, I can make this a variant. Boom. So this is our primary button. And how we are going to do is basically, we are going to have, just like our large button, we are going to have an active state or a priority state. And because in the future, if we don't know if our small buttons can also be disabled, so for now we can just add them, and in the future they might actually come useful. So let's add the property active, and then I'm going to click on this more options button to add a new property, and the second property will be priority. All right, so okay, so I'm going to go to the first one now, and this is active, that is yes, and priority primary. And I want this to be our secondary button, so I'm gonna click on the button and I'm gonna press Shift X to actually switch the fill value with the stroke value, and I'm gonna click on that label and I'm gonna pick blue, and I think we have to make this our white here. Yes, so this works pretty good. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to press to create another variant, but before that I am going to say yes for active, but priority is secondary. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the tertiary, and for that what I will do is I will get, probably I might get rid of the surrounding button here. So what I will do is I'm just gonna come here. I don't want the stroke value there, and I want to resize it to the surrounding frame to the width and height of the text. So I'm gonna hold Alt, and I'm just gonna, maybe a bit larger. So just a bit larger so that it doesn't cut off the labels. And that is our tertiary button. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, and okay, and let's go up here and say active, yes, and priority tertiary, which is a very hard word. And let's check if this one also goes out of bounds. Okay, so one problem we have here is this. If we actually increase the width of the element, it doesn't increase with the element itself, meaning the auto layout doesn't resize. So let's check. If we have the auto layout, so let's look at here. Yep. We probably want to hug its content. It's just maybe we can reduce the padding it has. Yeah, so this might work better actually. Yes, this works better. So how about we do it this way? And one thing we want to do, one more thing, is we want to underline this. So I'm going to go to its label, and I'm gonna go, where is it? So that is correct. Where do we underline this? I am searching on Figma. Alright, list style alignment, no. Maybe Control U, no. Okay, so let's go here, text, underline. I think for some reason this did not work. Why would that be? Okay, for some reason the underline doesn't work. I do not know why it doesn't work so far, but we can figure this out later. I will figure this out on my own. This is the small buttons we have, so I'm gonna rename these as small button. That's correct. And this one is large button, and we should be able to see it in the assets. And let's close the avatar images, button navigations. And if we scroll down and move on the buttons, we have now the large button and the small button, and that's perfect. I will see you in the next video. Alright, so we are going to design the benefits cards in the details screen, but I want to tell you that I found a problem with the underline here. So if I'm clicking the text and I look at the more options, I can see that it is actually selected as underlined. So the problem is we do not have enough margins at the bottom to show the underline. And to actually do that, we have to go back to the frame of the label. And if you look at here, our vertical spacing is fixed. So first we have to actually make it a hug content. And the moment we did, our height stretched a bit to the surrounding margins that we had specified. And now what we can do is we can reduce these to the minimum amount that will still be enough to show the, to show the elements underline and element itself, and that looks pretty good. And then what we can do is we can actually make the height fixed. And that is, yep, that works. That works. That's the one. So we have our underline there now, so we can move on. So now I will move to the details screen here, and our secondary button, our small button is done as a variant, our avatar is done. Now, if you can see here, these are our cards. Our button overflows them actually because our booking now button actually has a primary importance. But actually in the background, you can see these cards as in like, what is special? What is the benefit of this, let's say, activity? Why are all these people going? And so for that, what we have visually is basically a white rectangle, white background. We have a text at the center of it that is vertical. And then we have a icon on the right side in a circle that is enclosed with a circle. So that is what we are going to design. So I'm going to go and press F. We are going to make this a variant as well, as you know, because we might have different variations. And I'm going to name this benefit card. And I actually am also going to get its color to be with I to this one, because it is going to be a white rectangle. It's hard to see on a white background as well. So I'm gonna press F, and I know the width of it with the circle is 327. So if you pay attention here, if we zoom out a bit and we go back, so you can see that the button, which has a 327 pixel width, has the same width as the card, but for the card you have the rectangle and the circle at the right top side. So it is the rectangle plus the circle size that ends up having the same width as the large button we have. So we gotta calculate the size of the circle as well. It's probably 24 pixels, but it's at the middle part, so the calculation is a bit tricky. So that's why what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill it with white immediately. And I'm going to give it a stroke here, the same stroke we use, 4 to 16, 10 pixels. And I'm going to make this also have 8. Whoa. All right. And we probably want this to be like 48 as well. That is too much. What's happening? So maybe 256. Yeah, that kind of looks okay, but maybe we can get this to be a bit longer. And I am literally just exploring sizes here. Maybe this can be 32. And I know its color is actually the blue that we use. So if I were to add this here, if I were to look at both of these frames, okay, how do they look like right now? So this is going to be the card background. And this one will have a text inside of it that will say, let's just copy and paste the text there. So let's just Control C, come back here. Yep. Okay. Wait, where is that circle? Okay, that circle is there. I think the text disappeared. I'm going to recreate it and I'm going to paste this. Okay. Then I can actually make this auto width. That's good. And I'm going to make this text to actually have the style of a normal body. That is regular. Perfect. And let's look at it. So it's 15, 15. I want it to be 12 and centered. And again, centering is usually difficult with vertically, as we talked about. Let's look at the spacing here. 3.5, 4 in the bottom. So we are much more biased for the bottom. So we want a bit more on the top. So that looks pretty okay, yes. So that looks a bit more centered. And now what I want is I want this button to actually have an icon as well. So I'm gonna go here. Nope, I already have my icons in the assets panel. And I am going to pick the money. And that kind of looks a bit too big. What I will do now is I will actually head over to our icon set and I'm going to resize some of the icons, because as we talked about, so here where we made the icons components. So as we talked about, while the surrounding box of the icons are the same, the sizing can actually change and we might want to have different sizes. So this one is actually like, let's see. So let's see the inside elements for the $sign. I'm going to go layers, and that's 12, 14, that's 22. So I want this actually to be resized, and I want to use my icon resizer frame. How you can install it is you can go to plugins, and then you go again browse plugins in the community, and then you can type here icon resizer, and then you will go on plugins filter, and then you can install it. And once you install it, come back to here, click on plugins and go to icon resizer. And this lets you specify an icon box height which is 24 pixels, which we want, and maybe the maximum height to be 16. And that's pretty good. And I'm gonna do that for most of my icons here. So I'm gonna do icon resizer, probably 16. And I'm gonna probably do it for this one as well. Plugins, icon resizer, 16. Okay. And that looks pretty okay so far. I won't do it for my bottom navigation or these. I think those 2 or 3 will be enough. Yeah, I think those 2 or 3 is enough. So let's go back and actually add our, delete. Actually, now that you can see it actually shrunk a bit, which is good. We are gonna pick its color, white, and that kind of works. So now I am gonna actually group the ellipse with the $sign. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rename this as the benefit icon. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to frame, I'm going to get the card background frame and the group, and I'm going to frame these as well. So I'm going to press Ctrl-Alt-G for frame, and this is going to be my benefit card. And then I'm actually going to make this a component, and I'm going to add a variant. Perfect. And my second variant is going to be, let's look. And before adding the second variant, I think we forgot to check the size. Okay, so our size is still pretty small. So what we can do is, so I know this circle actually will be half the, its width inclusion, to add its width, we are only adding the half of its width to the total because it is at the inside of the card a bit. And that is like 16 pixels, 327 pixels is the total width we want. So this should actually become 311. So, and then this circle should move. So let's make this move 10 pixels. Okay, and let's also increase this. Sure. Okay, so this is getting a bit buggy. Okay, so right now it's not centered yet correctly. I think, okay, so that is 32. I think that is pretty correct so far. Okay, so let me see the total width here. 326. So maybe we are missing an. Okay, I think this can be now correct. Okay, 327, 64 pixels. I think that is right. I want to see if the height of this element was 48 pixels. It might be 32 in the actual design. Let's see, let's go back and let's zoom in. And let's see inside, that was 50 actually. Okay, so that's actually a pretty long element. I will keep it at 50. I will keep it at 48. And that is our element. So now we can just add the second variant. And I'm gonna get it to be a bit closer. And this one is actually going to have an attribute of benefit. And this one is going to be budget friendly. And this one is basically going to be maybe exercise. And I'm going to get the text for the second one as well from our screens. So, yep. So I'm gonna just yes. Okay, let's say this activity helps you burn calories. Figma is bugging out a bit. So I'm just gonna say this activity helps you burn calories. Activity. And that is a very weird saying. Activity helps you burn calories. And that looks pretty good. I'm gonna replace this icon inside as well. So I'm gonna add the icon of the exercise here. And I'm gonna change its color to white. And that is perfect. So that is pretty good. I think that does look pretty good. But let's see. I don't think that's put in the same. So I'm going to just get this to be here. Yeah, that is our benefit cards, guys. Let's see if we forgot anything. I don't think we have. That looks pretty good. Only thing we have to do is make this exercise. That's good. I think we can now actually begin designing the details screen. Alright, now that we have actually designed the variants we need for the details screen, we can actually begin and design the details copy screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press F for shortcut, frame, and I'm going to click on iPhone 13 mini, and I'm going to rename this as details copy. And what I'm going to do is, so basically first I need a status bar. So I'm going to my assets and I'm going to close my icon set, inputs, and just going to grab a status bar here. And I'm going to put it to 0, 0. And so one of the things I'm realizing is we need basically a rectangle element for the background image. So I'm going to make this 375 pixels. Maybe it's like 192. Might be a bit bigger than that one, but I'm going to make this go 0, 0. And I will go to layers and I'm going to rename this background. And then what I'm going to do is I am actually going to go plugins and I'm going to add an image here from the Unsplash. And it is the same image we had for biking. And yeah, so that's the image I'm going to add. And maybe 256 instead of, yes, that looks better. And I know that this needs an overlay, so I'm going to add an overlay. 20% actually looks good, maybe 25. And that looks bigger. And now I'm going to zoom in with Shift 2. And I'm going to compare here. So what I need right now is, so I'm going to move the status element above the image so it will actually show. And I want the status bar to be basically white. And that looks pretty good. And then what I need is the back chevron icon so that the user can actually go back. So I'm going to go to my assets, to my icon set, and I'm gonna get the chevron left icon here, and I'm gonna put it around there, and I'm gonna basically select its color to be white. And that's pretty good so far. Then I will add my text for biking. And then I will add my lorem ipsum text. So I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna and I'm gonna just copy and paste here. And this is probably gonna be just a regular. And then what I'm going to do is I need for the location, my location icon, and for the pricing, I need my dollars icon. So for that, I am gonna bring my dollars icon here. And for the location, I'm gonna pick my map icon. And that looks pretty good. So I'm gonna look up, and I'm literally just adding the stuff we need, like the bottom navigation. So I will just move my profile here. So I'm like bottom navigation, and you can go in any order you want for these. I just know, let's see if this is complete bottom. Yes, I think this is it for it. Yep, I think that is vertically and horizontally centered. Let's just zoom in a bit to see if we are actually centered it well. Maybe we went overboard, eh? Yes, that is the correct coordinates. And then we have basically a long paragraph with about, but let's finish the basic card design with the activity background there. So I'm gonna get another T for London, Ontario location. And I'm gonna make this auto width, and I'm gonna make sure this is regular, and then I'm gonna make sure it is actually white here. And I'm gonna make sure that the location icon is also white. Perfect. And then I am gonna make sure biking is actually a regular header, 34 bold. And I'm gonna make it auto width as well. And we are getting there. I believe we are getting there pretty good. Now, in the original design, there are some mistakes that I'm not repeating here, like this chevron icon to match the other icons actually is 2 pixels, but in the new design, we decided that we want each stroke to be 1 pixel, so that's okay. And I'm looking, I think I'm also missing this $38 person. Yes. And so let's begin arranging some stuff. And I'm gonna basically put this at 24. And what I want to do is I actually want to see the layout. So I'm gonna do Alt-Shift-4. Oh, that didn't happen. So Control-Shift-4. Sorry, yes, Control-Shift-4 to see the layout columns we have. And in this one, so what I want is I want to add a layout grid. I want to do columns 5 margin 24. That's also 24, maybe 16. Yeah, so that works. So based on this, I now know how to actually align my items. And so it should be around here. And this one, because like we said, horizontal alignment is also sometimes difficult because you see the font's width is starting from here. The actual font is for the biking B starts here. So there's like 3 pixels of empty space. And when you're aligning things, those 3 pixels matter. So that is how the proper alignment would work. And this is around there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get London, Ontario and location icon and basically move both of them just a bit. Yes, so that matches. Maybe get the London, Ontario a bit closer, and I'm gonna make these centered. That's pretty good. And now what I'm looking for is, what's the distance? I think it should be around 12 to 16 pixels there. So I'm gonna group these. I'm gonna actually frame these. So this is the location. Location info. And this one. So for this one, where did our... I think we had a dollar icon, but it disappeared. Oh, it's there. I just didn't change its color. So let's get it to white. And let's frame this with Ctrl+G. And let's just go to layers and let's say price info for them. I'm like, okay. And let's move this here. And let's make our frame smaller. And what I want to do is I actually want to do an auto layout to our frames. And this, I'm going to center them. And that's pretty good. And I'm going to basically press Control, or I think it looks pretty good, right? Yeah. I think, what's the distance between these two? That's 1 pixel. I think it can be... So if you zoom in the surrounding, so the icon inside the locations is like 4, 5, 6 pixels away. So maybe 2 pixels would make it 8. So I'm gonna make this 2. And I'm gonna add an auto layout here too. I'm gonna center it and I'm gonna make this 2 as well. And then I'm going to get these to be aligned. And I'm gonna zoom in again. And these have to be moving to left a bit so that we have a left alignment with the biking. This one needs to be moving here. Yes. And then I am gonna get this a bit closer. Not that close, but somewhere around here. Yeah, somewhere around here would work. What's the distance here? So that's 8 pixels. 10, and I want to look at here 2, 4, 6, 7. That's 18 pixels, so maybe 1, 2 back, and that should be around 16, and that looks pretty good. So now what I'm going to check is the distance between here. That is, let me zoom out a bit. That is 4 pixels, 8 pixels plus 11 here. And that's 19, 22, 23. That is too far away. So what I'm gonna do now is that I am actually gonna go up and compare and contrast. So you can see how our bottom here is 24, left is 25. That's something we wanna do as well. So I'm gonna decrease the height here a bit and I'm gonna check its contrast. That's too much. So this should actually be from 24 in the left to 24 at the bottom. So, and now that we align the height of it to the actually baseline in the second line, this is actually pretty accurate. 28 pixels is a pretty accurate there. So I'm gonna maybe 24, perfect. And I'm gonna get both of these to be down as well. Maybe here. 15 and 19, so maybe 1, 2, 3. That's pretty good. And I'm gonna get this down as well, and that is 3, 8, and yep, 3, 8, 2. That's 15 to 16. Maybe one more up, and that's 16, and that's pretty good. So what I will do now is I'm gonna actually look out and decide if the positioning of the arrow icon is pretty good, and I think it is. Like, we can always get this time to the left like we have it above here, but that is actually in the production, not in our control. Like these are things that you get custom from the Apple iOS kit. So we actually don't have much control there. All right, so onward to the second part. I'm gonna press Shift 2 to zoom in. And what I'm gonna do is I am gonna press T for text shortcut, and I'm gonna write about, and I'm gonna actually go and copy all this paragraph till here. Actually, all of them, actually, yes. Here, copy all of them, and I'm going to basically press T again, draw one, and then paste all that text, all that lorem ipsum text, and I'm gonna make this basically go regular 15, left aligned, expanded, and now one thing that actually we might need to do here is we might need the 15 pixels here. Let's just finish let's do the header first, because I think our spacing is a bit different. So you can see here we are a bit spacious and we are at 17 pixels. So maybe not the body regular, but maybe regular here. That looks a bit better, yeah. So I think this height is a bit better. And what I'm gonna do is I am gonna pick this as bold subheader, and I'm gonna make this go auto width, and I'm gonna make sure that our color here is dark blue. And then I'm gonna go up, and I'm gonna do the attendees as well. So I'm gonna drag this header with the Alt press, and I'm gonna basically write here attendees 34. I'm gonna make a left align here, and I'm gonna also make this go auto width, and maybe here. It's a pretty good idea. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add our avatars. You didn't think we would use them, did you? So I'm gonna go here, move my profile, and I'm gonna go avatar, and I'm gonna add them here. So this is Anton, and let's see how many we have there. We have roughly 5 or 6, and because we can see a beginning of a next avatar just at the edge of the screen, so that signals to the user that you can actually swipe. So that's exactly what we are gonna do. We are gonna then have 6 avatars. So let's do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's select all of them and make them a frame, Ctrl-Alt-G. And then we will write this as avatar frame. And we wanted the auto layout so we can add spacing around things. Maybe 16 pixels. And we definitely want to center things. And we definitely want to center things. And then we probably want them to be around here, something. Let's actually, how do we center this thing? So let's see, I think this is the center for us. That's not quite right. So let's think this through. Maybe 12 pixels. Because I remember how it looked, and okay, so is it true that we got 6 of them? Yes. So maybe 24. Okay, so our spacing is too small, so maybe 24. Let's see, so yeah, I think 24 is the spacing we used. 24 is a bit too much, and it's, not respecting the horizontal distance here. So because in here it was 12, I think 12 will work better. So I would much rather us to have 12 around here. So I'm just gonna do, okay, so that's 25 to 20. So maybe, let's check now. That's 20. Okay, I went the wrong way to 3. That's 21 to 2. Okay, so let's say maybe minus 22.5. And that's perfect. And now let's pick everything to be different. So let's pick this to be Mary. Let's pick this to be George. Let's pick this to be Luke or Matthew. And Luke. Yeah, no, let's pick that Matthew. And that's Anton again, and that's fine. So, and the distance between the avatar and the attendees should be roughly 24 pixels, but we will get there. So Next, I think what we need before we space things up is actually get everything we need. So we need a small tertiary button here. So I'm gonna select the details, go to assets again, and we will go to buttons now, and we will get a small button, and we will make sure that it is active but tertiary. And that will be like see all, and let's see. Okay, so here's a mistake. So we made it to be hugging its contents, but then why is it not hugging the content of see all? So what did we do here? Maybe we gave it a second. Okay, it's because we made it not have auto width, but no, it should have auto width. So okay, so that looks pretty good. See all here, is that right? Okay, so maybe like the initial S is capitalized, which is fine. All right, and maybe this one's too. Okay, so that's a bit better. Let's center this a bit up. All right, and let's check it here. We need the cards for the benefits, and so I'm gonna open here, and I'm gonna definitely get my benefit card right here. All right, so my benefit card is there, and I'm gonna get rid of the columns there. Control Shift 4. Okay, that looks a bit better. And so one thing that I want to check is what is the color of this details copy, and it should match our white here. That's good. Okay, so this should be 24. Yep. And so I'm gonna get this up as well. I'm gonna check. So there is a bottom margin here of 4 pixels. So this should be like 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then what I'm going to do is I am actually gonna get this up as well. So I'm gonna check 24, and it's this for this paragraph. I don't need to go and check because its line height matches where its actual height is. So 24 pixel is 24 pixel. There is actually 24 pixels. So then what I'm going to do is I am gonna press Ctrl Shift 4 just to see where I should have ended here, and I'm gonna zoom in a bit. So this should be a bit to the right. Yes, I think that is correct. And maybe a bit down. Yes, that works. I'm gonna move my profile here, and then I'm gonna check the distance between there. That is also 4 pixels, so that should be also 20, because 4 plus 20 equals 24, which is the distance we are looking for. That's good. And then I'm gonna make this to be 24, but I'm gonna get this height to be, nope, my bad. Z, I'm gonna check, maybe 24 here, and then I'm gonna copy and paste it here. My bad. So it's like, so I can drag it here, and I'm gonna go layers. The problem right now we have is that the benefit card is above the bottom navigation, which is not what we want. So I'm gonna pick the bottom nav here. Oh, my bad, guys. I'm gonna pick the bottom nav here and actually move it up, so it is actually above the benefit cards. So around here. And I want this to be exercise. And I want the distance between these two. Yep. I want the distance between these two to be, I think around here. Let me just move things here. Yeah, so I think we can give it this height. I think we need a bit more height here, so I'm gonna make things smaller. So now I can actually move these two up. and I'm gonna check. That's 24. I think for this we need 20. That's 20, and for these we will get them up to. That's 24, and for this I want 16, as they are the same elements, and that's pretty good. Then what I can do is I am gonna get so I'm gonna check how far away am I, and I think I'm missing a bit. So okay, so with the avatar in the previous app I actually had just 16 pixels, and with these I just had, okay, so I just had 16 pixels there. So maybe because attendees is related to the avatar, that makes sense to maybe move them up a bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that should give me 16 pixels there. And but for these I am gonna move up. Yep, and that is pretty good. Okay, so now I'm gonna add my main button login. I'm gonna add here, and this should be 24 pixel to the navigation. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that should be the book now. Okay, that's good. And again, the main difference we are having here is I'm gonna press Shift 2. So I am looking here, and I'm gonna change its color to be, one moment, I made a mistake. I'm gonna change the text color to be here dark blue. That is fine. That is blue. That is blue. And yeah, I think those are pretty good. I think I'm gonna get rid of the columns now, and let me check. That looks pretty good compared to our original sample. I think our coloring still hasn't updated, but let's do maybe white 100. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I think for some reason we are not getting this color. I don't know why. Like, this is, the white color isn't updating. Well, I will figure that out later. But for now, this works. I like it. I think it's a bit more spacious than what we have here, but I still like it. And one thing that it has here is this. Yeah, overall it looks pretty good. I would say so. I think overall it looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm proud. It looks pretty good. All right, so that is the details copy, guys. I'm gonna check here. That looks pretty good. I think these two need to be centered. Yep, that looks better. I think that's the only part. But yeah, I think this looks pretty good. I'm very proud. And in the next one, we will go on to variants so we can actually begin the scheduling screens. And I will see you on the next video, guys. Right, so the first variant we are actually going to design is this drop down. So to show you what this is, I'm going to press Shift 2. And basically, we want this to have two options. One is when the drop down is closed, and then the other is when the drop down is open and it shows the date picker. So basically, we will have one state where the property is open, or is the drop down open, and it's a yes or no value. So let's do that. Let's basically go here, press F, and write drop down. And then I'm gonna press F. And before that, maybe change the color of background to be this. And I'm gonna then go to the go zoom in, Shift 2, and then I'm going to close the benefit card, and I'm gonna find the drop downs, and I'm gonna add a fill to the white, and I'm gonna make this 8, and I'm gonna make sure we have white 100, and I'm gonna get its height to be 48 pixels, as that is the standard height we have for the most elements. And then I'm gonna make its overshadow to be 16 pixels on blur and 10% here. Perfect. And I'm gonna probably get its width to be 327, just in case it takes the whole bit of the available content area on the iPhone 13 mini. And then I know it has a text label, so it should be like pick a day, and let's think this through. And I'm gonna zoom out a bit because I'm realizing maybe there is more than 2 values. So I think there is more than 2 values, because, or maybe there's 2, but when it's closed you have to select the day, but when it's open you actually have to have here an actual date. Okay, so there is a mistake here in this design where, so can you see, even if the person picked the 30th, it should actually write 30th June 2022, but the design here is wrong. So the dropdown can have multiple values. In the first, I think there's 2 different properties. The first one is this: is the dropdown open or closed? But the second one is, does the dropdown already have a date or not? If it doesn't, you should write select the date. But the dropdown also might have a date that was picked, but we wanted to change. So we will have open, we will have as properties open, and we will also have date picked or not. Yeah, so that would give us roughly 4 versions. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna zoom in here, and I'm gonna add in the assets, the chevron we have from the icon set. Let's begin with the chevron down, and let's pick its color to be dark blue. Let's pick this color to be dark blue as well. And then let's check the distance here. That is 12 and 15, 15, and let's give this the 15 auto, and that's pretty good. And we want this to be 12 as well. So this will require a bit zooming in here to find out. All right, so in here we have 11 and there is 5 pixels. So we really want to go maybe 7. Yeah, I think that's right. So, and then we want to go 12 here. I think that should give us 12 by 12 left and right. That's pretty good. So pick a day. I don't need the auto layout here because the date will never be that long. So I think I will just make this a frame now with the Ctrl-Alt-G. And I'm going to write this drop down. And then I'm going to make this a component with Ctrl-Alt-K. And then what I'm going to do is I actually will give this a variant here. And I will give the property, the first property, to be open. Oops. Open. And I will go to the more menu, add new property, and that is has date. Or let's say picked date. Okay. So let's do this. So let's say select the day here is better. Select day. So for this one, what we have is it open? No. Is a date picked? No. And the second one, what we can do is we can actually pick a date where we can say 2022, June 2022. And what this means is are we open? No. Have we picked a date? Yes. And then what we can do is we need 2 more of these. And so we will have 4 variations. And in this one, we are also, are we open? Yes. And when we are open, we do not. And let's pick the date. No. When we are open, this chevron down icon actually has to turn into the chevron up icon. So we need to get rid of the chevron down. We go to our assets and we get a chevron up icon. And yes, that is the way. And I'm going to remove this. So that's the chevron down. And I'm going to just basically give this to be the same x coordinate. 296. And I'm going to check if it's equal. It is equal. And then what I'm going to do is I'm gonna plus, and now I want this to be pick date yes, and I'm gonna give this 2022 June 2022. And that's all of our options, guys. Good morning, everybody. So let's actually move on with looking at the scheduling session. So I'm gonna show you here. So before we actually get to design these screens, there's one more variant we need to actually finish, and that is the date picker. You can see this element. I'm gonna zoom in by pressing Shift 2, and you can see this date picker. And basically what happens if when a user decides to pick a date for their activity, they click on the above drop down, and this opens up and they get to pick the month, the date, etc. Now, the hard part with this element is actually the content of the days, because you actually have two ways to visually create this content. You might actually do it column by column, like this, horizontally, or you might do it row by row by row. And to keep each spacing equal, you have to use Autolayout. Otherwise, you have like 60 margins that you have to align yourself between each date, like between 1.2 and 1.8 and 8.9 and 8.15. And this just cascades. And for me, I found it much easier to do Autolayout with the row by row solution. So that's what we are gonna do. Now, before we design, again, we have to think what are the states of this picker in terms of variance. And there is two states as far as I can see. The first is basically a date picker that doesn't have a picked date yet, which is this side. And the second one is a date picker that has a picked date, which is this one, where we have the blue color. So that's what we are actually going to do. And I'm looking at what we need, and one of the things we need right now is this right chevron. But if you look at here, we don't have a right chevron on our icon set. So we actually have to go back. That was a mistake by me. So we actually will go scroll here, go to our icon set, and let's look at here. So let's see this one here. And I think what we need is we actually got the same one. So what we need is a right chevron. So I'm going to right click, go to plugins, and we will go to Fedora icons, which was the plugin we used to actually fetch our icon set. And we are going to write chevron. And I want the right chevron here, and I got it. That's pretty good. I'm going to my layers now. And the hard part really is that with Figma, sometimes it's difficult to actually put things like plugin icons into the, what would you say, into the frames, because they don't put it usually often. So like it put it outside of our icon set frame, even though we actually fetched it inside. So sometimes you have to do this manually like this. Go and put it there. And once we got it, we have a few things to change again. Our color is never black. We want dark blue. And then what we also want is that we want the stroke width to be 1 pixel. So I'm going to go inside and I'm going to pick 1. And now that that's done, we will actually make this a component by Ctrl-Alt-K. So now again, Ctrl-Alt-K. So now our chevron right is a component. And it should show up in our assets, panel. And let's look, and it's there. All right, so we are ready and done with our icons. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually create the frame that will hold the variant. So for that, I'm gonna press F for frame shortcut, and I'm gonna write here date picker. And that's all good and swell. So then what I want to do is I want you to take a very good look at this visual, because what we have here is basically 7 lines, as in like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then we have at most 6 rows. So we have 7 columns, 6 rows. And how we are gonna do the design is basically row by row by row. So it will be like row here, row here, row here. Okay, I think I made a mistake. I think I should have done it with the column. I think I'm mixing what a column and a row is. And I apologize for that, guys. But let's look at my solution, okay? So I think I did it by column, right? Yes. This is a column, this is a column, this is a column. Okay, column by column is a solution, and I named them wrong. These are all columns. So that's what I will do, column by column by column. I apologize, guys. It's been a long tutorial. All right, so let's go. All right, so I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna first change the background color to this, match this one, and then I'm gonna zoom in with Shift 2, and I'm gonna press F to create my frame, parent frame, and this is gonna be 327 pixels. We know this because it stretches to the left and right sides of the margin of the screen. And for the height, we are gonna give it right now 256 pixels. Now, I don't know if that is good enough. We might increase it if we need to, but let's go. So I'm gonna fill it with our white color, and I'm gonna actually add a border radius of 8 pixels. It already started looking nice. I'm adding a drop shadow for 16, 10%, which is our general drop shadow. And now what we can do here is this. We can press T to add the text. Let's say June 2022. And I'm gonna make this basically a regular subheader, and I can have it here, and I'm gonna make this auto width. That's pretty good. And then what I can do is I can actually fetch my icons that will let the user pick the month they want to pick on the right side here. They want to select on the right side. So I'm gonna get my chevron left, and I'm gonna get my chevron right. Okay, so chevron right was a bit harder, but we got it. And I'm gonna actually maybe get these guys a bit more closer. No, maybe a bit above. All right, so then what I want to do is I want to do my first column. So that would be with T. And what I'm gonna do here is basically I'm gonna do M, and I'm gonna make each of these take the auto width, and it won't be a subheader, it will actually be a regular body text. And I'm gonna zoom in now. So what we need here is, so this is M for Monday, and what we need here is 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th of the month. So then I'm going to, so I have to drag this basically, and this is gonna be 1, and this is gonna be 8. And Ahmed, are these dates accurate for June 2022? I don't know. I didn't check the calendar. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but I don't think it matters much. This is a prototype after all, but it is 29, and that's the first column. So what we want is that we actually want to make this a group here. So we want to do this, we want to frame this, and we want to make this the first column. All right, so first column works. And then we wanna basically duplicate this But first, let's give it a bit of spacing. So between each element, we might want 12. And we probably want them to be right aligned. Yeah, I think I like the right align better. Maybe center might also work. And we will figure out what kind of an alignment we want, but we can check our solution again if I did center or right. So let's check it. Okay, I think we did center in the solution, which is fine. Sometimes you can also do right align if it suits you. It really is your call. But one thing I want to do is I want to make the first M, which is the date, to actually be body bold. And I also want each of the text color to be dark blue, not black. Yes, I want this to be dark blue as well. Okay, so that looks actually not bad. So I'm gonna actually drag this to duplicate. And I'm gonna drag this to duplicate. I'm holding shift so that my horizontal alignment doesn't change. 4, 5, 6. And don't worry about the horizontal spacing between each column. We will actually accomplish that when we frame each of these columns into a parent frame, and that will let us put horizontal spacing distribution the way we want it. So this is actually, so I'm gonna go Tuesday, and this is 2, 9, 16, 23, 30, and this one will be 3, 10, 17, 24, and 31st. So any element after this, actually we made a mistake, will not have the last row, because 31st is the most you can go. So what we will do is we will remove this, and we will actually drag this one, and this one, and this one. Yes. So that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So, excuse me, let me just drink this tea. It's very early in the morning, so I need my energy. Okay, so 2, 9, 3, 10, 17, 24, 31st. This should be 4, 11. If I make any mistakes, guys, please don't tell me. I'm kidding, you can tell me. We all make mistakes, it's okay. Especially this early in the morning. This is 12, this is 19, and this is 26. I definitely made a typo somewhere. 6, 13, 20, and 27. And then here is 7, 14, 7, 14, 21, 28. Okay, that looks pretty good. All right, so now what I want to do is I wanna select all these columns that we did, and I want to frame these with the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-G. And this is the dates frame. And what I will do is I'm gonna check the spacing between each element here, which is 12 pixels, and they are centered. And what I will now do is that I am going to add an auto layout to this parent frame, and I'm gonna make this 12 as well. Now, Ahmed, is 12 enough? Probably not, because if you think about it, a person is going to use this app on their mobile phone, and you probably want a much more margin between each number because you want this to be very easy to tap between thumbs. So let's try 16 for the columns as well. So let's try 16 here. So I'm gonna just go through all columns here. And yes, I'm gonna go through all columns here. So 16. So what I'm gonna do is I might speed up this portion of the video. I'm just gonna go through each column and make these 16. And I will see you when the actual design of the dates are done. yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So now another thing we need is our cancel button, but also before that we should realize that 256 wasn't enough. So I'm gonna actually add 32 pixels there to 88. That might be better, and even this might not be enough, but let's see. So another thing that our actual element needs is the small secondary button. So I'm gonna show Shift 2. So look at here, we need the cancel and the done button, and then we will also add these circles that basically if a circle is not filled, it signals what day it is right now on like the time you are using the app, and the blue circle that is filled means that that's the date you actually picked the activity to do. So here is a good question that the previous design here didn't answer. If you are on 29th June 2022, should you be eligible to pick the dates beforehand? You already cannot go back in time. So that is actually a design mistake. You already cannot go back in time. How can you be on 29th June and have the option to select previous days? Whoa, that's a past mistake for me. All right, yes, let's correct that, shall we? Let's do better. Yes, that's the motto. Let's do better. So first, what I'm gonna do is I am actually going to add our buttons first. I'm gonna get our small buttons, and I'm gonna make this active yes. This is gonna be a secondary button, and this is gonna be cancel. Yep, and cancel looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna duplicate this by dragging. And this is gonna be a primary button saying done. Okay, so far so good. 288 is definitely not enough, maybe 3 or 4. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I am going to pick a date here, and I am basically going to, let's say we are on the date 16th, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press O, and I'm gonna put it, oops, my bad. I'm gonna press O, and I'm gonna put it around here. And this is gonna be 24 to 24, maybe 32 to 32. And it's gonna have no insides, and it's gonna have a blue around it. Now, I'm not gonna put it inside our date frame, because the moment I do, it will try to arrange it to like a date, and our alignments here will get messed up. So one simple trick you can do on Figma is I'm just gonna use the coordinates to pick a date. So I'm gonna go to left. So I'm going to literally, I'm holding shift so I can move 10 pixels at a time. And I'm gonna go up here. And I'm now gonna align it like this. Maybe here. And that looks pretty good. And I think this one is also supposed to be like blue here. That's the date you are on. And any date before 16 means that it's not eligible for you. So I am actually gonna almost make each of these dates to be like the gray. Yes. So I'm gonna make these gray, which is the disabled color that we have. So that is 3, 4, 10. And I'm sharing these mistakes with you guys instead of redesigning everything, because I think it is good to see other designers. I actually am a full-time designer, and I make mistakes all the time, man. I make mistakes all the time. And I think it is a very good thing for beginner or even mid-levels to see that other people are making mistakes while still having a career, and that's fine. That's how we learn. I think it's a very important thing. So now the first day from the 1st to 15th is actually disabled. We are on 16th, and that's the first version of the, let's say, design that we have. Now we can actually worry about the small things like spacing. So what I'm checking now is I'm checking the distance between everything. I want this to be probably 16th or maybe even 12, not even 16. I'm gonna check our card design to see what was the difference there, like what was the margin left and right, because we want to repeat that for consistency. So I'm checking here, and it was 12 by 12. Okay, so let's do 12. I'm gonna go here, Shift 2, zoom in a bit more, and let's go here, 12 by 12. So I'm gonna do 12 here, 12 there, and I wanna make sure that that is roughly 12, but that should probably be 8 for the text. What's happening? No, like 8. Yes. And both of these guys can actually go here. And I'm gonna check the distance here. And that should probably be a bit closer because of the surrounding box. And I'm gonna check here. Okay, so that's roughly 9, 12. That is correct. And with these icons, you usually eyeball it. If you are very, very detailed, you can just zoom in and count all of the rectangles, which is what I usually do. But let's get this to be, and let's see if it looks like it is. So let's select both of these elements. Okay, so it's almost like it is hitting the baseline there, which is where the most weight of this font, like it's not the baseline, but where is the most weight of this font, of this type situated, which is in the, like around here, right? It's like it is not here because most of the focus of this font, because we are using a lowercase for most of the letters, is here. And that makes it look pretty centered because that's where the middle part of this meets. And I'm gonna check the distance, maybe get it here. Maybe, I think this separation is pretty good so that the elements actually, maybe they can be a bit closer. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Yeah, I think that is better. And another thing that we can do now is we can also check our spacing here. So we probably want to go to 12 as well. That is not good. So that is, yeah, that's pretty okay. Now, we might not be able to do 12 because now the problem is that while we are consistent with our card design spacing, the hard part is that our outer spacing is much more than the inner spacing we have between each date, right? The marginal difference between 16 and 17 is 16 pixels, while the whole parent frame at most has 12 pixel difference, which is why it makes it look like we are very squished. So you want to really have parent margins to be bigger. So probably we will go with 24 and break the consistency. So that should be like 20 here. And 24 here, and that should be like here, and we should take it also here. Yes, that looks a bit better, and let's make this go 24, maybe for alignment 22, yes, and let's get you guys to here. And let's look at your bottom, and let's move you guys up a bit as well. And that is, so the distance between these two elements is 12 pixels, 8 plus 4, that is 12. That is a pretty good distance. So what we can do is we can actually check again, 12. So like it's almost good, and you can see this element actually isn't doing the, like it's not fully scratched. I think it looks pretty good right now in terms of spacing. I'm eyeballing it a bit, but it looks pretty good. The problem here is that the circle, our circle around the 16 is not centered now, and that is bugging me. So it should be maybe around here. Nope, around here. Yes. No, around here. Yes. I think this now looks better. And what I'm gonna do is basically I'm gonna write this as, I think we did it. It is the date picker, right? Yes. picker. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a component now. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna make this a component with the Control-Alt-K. I don't want to frame a frame. I want to make the frame a component, and that lets us actually do the variants. So remember from the beginning of the video, we know that we will only have two states. The first one is that the date hasn't picked yet, has not been picked. The second state is that the date is picked. So for that, we need the property of date picked. So date picked. And for this one, it's a no. And for this one, it should be a yes, and we should change stuff. So what we should do is, let's say the user also, let's drag this. Okay, that won't work. So let's make a copy of it, and let's just basically drag it here. Let's just say they did 18. And I'm gonna press Shift X to swap the value. That didn't work. Why is that? Okay, so for some reason Figma doesn't let me swap values. I can do it the old way. I can do it like this. And the hard part here is that my circle has to be below my dates, which is what I'm gonna do so that the date is visible. And I'm gonna press for this one, I'm gonna make this white. And I think I'm gonna make this bold as well. Yes, that looks a bit better. And I think that looks like a selected circle. Yes, that looks like a selected date. I think that looks pretty good. I think I like what I'm seeing. What is the horizontal margin between these two? Maybe it should be 12. I really don't want it to be not multiples of 4, 12. And that looks pretty good, actually. So that is our date picker. Alright, so let's get started with our first two screens for the scheduling ones. So what I'm gonna do is, like always, I'm gonna create my initial frame. So I'm gonna press F, and I'm gonna pick iPhone 13 mini, and I'm gonna fetch it here. And I can do this as schedule part 1. Now, here are the elements that we already designed for our variants to actually, for the screen is, we have the status bar done, we have our button is done. I think we might not have the disabled version, I will check, but our large button is mostly done. We have the bottom navigation and we have the date drop down. Now what we are missing is the stepper functionality for the adults and children here. Now, I do not think these will actually need to be variants, or the stepper function needs to be actually a variant, because now we are not using it as any other parts of the application. You might actually make this in the future for a variant, but for this tutorial's sake and to maybe not prolongate it any further, I'm not going to actually make that a variant. I'm just going to design it here. But as a homework, if you want a bonus points from me and show me later and email your work to me, you can make it a variant on your own. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add our stuff that we have to use. So like I'm going to move my profile here, and I'm going to add the status bar, let's say here. I am going to, where is my bottom? I'm going to add the drop down here. Where is my bottom navigation? Show me. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Okay. So I'm going to add this. Okay, so the bottom navigation's coordinate is 760. And that looks pretty good. And this one should be 0, 0. Yep. And that looks pretty good. And then what I can do is I can actually get from my icon set, I'm going to get the left chevron, which actually lets us go back one step. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go find our icon set, and I'm going to drag the chevron left right here. And I'm going to go to my layers. And that worked subliminally pretty well. And I'm gonna get this to be like 16. Or let's see from here what was the coordinates. So 16, yes, I was right. So then we can get it here. This would be 24. And so far so good. I am now gonna check our large buttons to see if we have a disabled version. If not, meaning disabled variant. If not, we will need to design some stuff. And we do. Okay, I'm proud of us. So we actually have that one. So now I can also that means I can also shift 2. I can drop our large button as well. And I can disable this. It's not active, no. So let's look again. And this is the go to checkout part. To checkout. All right, and it's centered, perfect. So the only thing that remains now is to design the things that are not variants. So for the text, the main text, schedule activity, I'm gonna press T, and I'm gonna write schedule activity, and I'm gonna left align this, and I'm gonna basically make this I'm gonna move myself here. And I'm gonna make this a top header bold. And I'm gonna get you here. Yes. And I'm gonna make this auto width. And I am gonna definitely change its color from black to dark blue so it matches with our color palette. And then what I'm going to do is I am gonna design this frame. So it looks like it will have 327 pixels because it stretches horizontally, and I'm gonna fill it, and I'm gonna fill it with our white color, and I'm definitely gonna add the drop shadow because it's hard to see the white. It's 4 to 16 pixels, 10%, and yes, I definitely need border radius of 8 pixels, which is what we usually have for the rectangle elements, and that looks pretty good. I think it will be taller, so maybe 128 pixels. Yeah, that might be too tall, maybe 108. And we will figure it out. But the first things I want to do is I want to add the adult text there. So this is basically the user selecting how many adults, how many children, how many people they will bring for the activity. Is it just you and your partner, or is it just you? Or do you have a kid with you? So I'm gonna make this also dark blue. And I'm gonna make it auto width as well. And what I'm trying to gauge here is, let's zoom into the screen. And that looks actually pretty okay. I think we might need a double, like, no, maybe not, maybe, yes. All right, so what we can do now is we can press R for rectangle, and this is probably the hardest part of this video because we are creating an element from scratch. It probably has 48 pixels for height, maybe not 48 but 40. Yeah, 48 might be a stretch. I'm looking and 48 looks big. Maybe with the border radius it might look smaller, but no, 48 is definitely big. Maybe 44? No, maybe 40. Is it 44 or 40? It's 40, yes. Because 48 was big. So 40 pixels. And even with that one, we probably want the background to be blue-ish. And okay, so then we want our stepper functionality minus and plus. I'm going to press R again. And we might want these to be 32 by 32. And I probably want this to be 8. Oops. I probably want the border radius to be 8 as well. Whoa, 8 is too much. Maybe 4? Yeah, 4 is better. And I want this blue to be a bit darker. Maybe even 300. Nope, 300 is too much. Maybe 200? Yes, I think 200 is pretty good. And I'm gonna drag this. And I'm gonna basically take this 1 pixel down, so it's 4, 4, 4. And take this 1 pixel to right, so it's 4, 4, 4. And at the center of it will be our text. So let's do T, and let's write this 0. And I'm gonna have this to be bolded actually. I'm gonna have this to be bolded. I'm gonna have this centered. And I'm gonna have this auto width. And I'm gonna check the distance it has. And maybe here. It's 7 to 6, so it's 259.5. And that is centered now. I'm gonna check the vertical spacing here. And I'm gonna zoom in to see that's 3, that's 4. So it should actually have 1 more pixel in the up. So it should probably be here for centered. No, sorry, my bad. Yeah, it should be around here. Okay, so let's check our work so far. Okay, we need to get the icon. I get that. Okay, so maybe let's check it. Okay, so we need our icons. So I'm gonna go to our icons on our assets panel, and I realize we actually do not have the minus or plus icon. So let's go to our icon set very quickly and fetch those. So I'm going to our icon set, shift 2 to shift 2 to zoom in. Oh, what did I do? Okay, so we are here, shift 2. So I'm gonna right click plugins, and I'm gonna basically check for feather icons. I'm gonna check for plus. And I'm checking for minus. Okay, so I think I got both of these icons. So one of them is in right now. I don't think the plus is in the icon set, but I think we can just by going down here. So I have to drag the plus one. Okay, so they are both in. So both of their colors should be dark blue. And I'm gonna make you guys go here, and I'm gonna select both of them and make them a component. Oops. Make them a component, and that's pretty good. And oh, they just, okay, my mistake. I have to make them, okay, Figma doesn't make you do a component for each. So Control Alt K for this one, Control Alt K for this one. Okay, now it works. Now we are good. So let's go back to our screen, click on the screen, shift 2 to zoom in, and let's just add from our assets panel our newly minted icons. This is the minus, and this is the plus. Okay, those look pretty good. Let's make these all white. And let's basically also make these guys have 1 pixel. So I'm gonna have to go back because we didn't change their stroke width. So I'm actually going back to the icon set. I know, guys, this is frustrating. This is my mistake, yes. So that's 1 pixel. They are both going to be 1 pixel. And this is 1 pixel as well. Okay, now we are good. I know we are good enough. Again, click on the screen, shift to zoom in. Okay, that looks better. So let's look at this. Is this centered here? I'm gonna basically grab this and make these two things an element. So Control G to group. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna basically center both of these elements. I'm gonna also do this for the plus side. And then I'm gonna click both of them and center them. Yes, that looks pretty good. And then what I want to do is I want to name this as the... Yeah, that part isn't useful. I think we duplicated something that was necessary. I'm gonna name this background. And that looks to me pretty good. Let's look at our example here. I think our steppers can be a bit smaller, but so here is the thing. If we make it smaller, they will also be harder to tap. So this is really your decision. If we get them smaller now, they will aesthetically look better. But them being big enough also might give the person a confidence to actually try to tap, because they are bigger now. They are 32 pixels. I think in the design there are 24 there in the way I did it. But there is also benefits to having it at this size. So I think I will just keep it at this size for the usability. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna design this by 12 pixel. And definitely like 8 or 9. So I'm gonna zoom in here. Yeah, definitely 8 or 9 here. Okay, maybe 16 will be the way to go. But then you might realize for you to solve, this is actually a good dilemma. So, so for you to actually center design these elements, which is like the stepper element. Oh, we haven't grouped those yet. Okay, my bad. That's not the element. Okay, so let's first make this a group, shall we? With the background, and this is our stepper functionality. So we will make this a frame. And this is stepper. And let's check if everything moves with it. When we move it, yes. Okay, so we want to center design these two elements, the adult and the stepper functionality. And let's copy them, and I'm going to show you a visual problem. Now, what is, and we have to grow this size to 228. So what is the visual problem here? Now, while the Figma is telling you the distance is equal between each row, the problem your eye is having is the vertical space between adult to, let's say, children here is a lot more than the stepper functionality 2 and stepper functionality 1. So it's 8 pixels. This is probably 30. And your eye is confused because your eye is usually looking for consistent spacing. It's looking for one type of spacing. If it's 8 pixels vertically, it wants it to be 8 pixel on the right vertically as well. Whereas on the left, we have a 30 pixel. On the right, we have an 8 pixel. Well, how do we solve this? What Apple does is very smart in their design is they add a horizontal line. So the moment you add a horizontal line, your eye fixes on the lines and it just checks the distance between line and the top here. And I'm going to show you. So this would be like maybe 268. Yeah, maybe 272. And this would be a gray line. And both of these elements would be down. And so maybe even a bit longer, maybe 282. Okay, 290. So let's check the distance here. So yes, maybe, so that's 327 pixels. So that's 20. Okay, so that's maybe 18 or 24, 24. So let's group these and make these first row. So that will actually make you understand better. So let's group, and this is first row. And let's group this. Well, let's frame this, and this is the second row. And now I'm gonna show you. So now, what we can actually discuss is this. Okay, so what's the distance between these two elements gonna be? And one thing we can do is we can even use Autolayout to actually picking guests, let's say. One thing we can do is we can actually do Autolayout to actually determine the distance now. So you are gonna see what I'm doing. So what's the margins in the left, right, and bottom and other parts? Let's make them 16 here, 16 here, 16 here. and 16 here. And we want these to be left aligned, that's for sure. And one thing we can do here is this. We can actually pick the distance between each item. And what we can pick is, let's say, 12. And what I want to do now is to pick here. So it's actually, if we pick it 16, if we match it to the outer spacing, that might even work better. So if we were to do this, so now your top spacing and your element spacing matches. So that looks much more unified. The only thing this has to do is we have to add Autolayout here too, so we can match them. So I'm gonna add Autolayout for the sub children, like the rows, so that we can actually horizontally center the elements as well. Instead of the child being top aligned, I want them to be middle aligned. And now that looks pretty good and pretty spacious. And thanks to the horizontal line, our eye actually calculates the vertical distance from this line to top, from this line to bottom. And the only thing we might have is, no, I think that looks pretty good. I think we might be we might have a bit more height here. But I think it looks pretty good. I think this is a bit more squishy. Yeah, that's 136 pixels. Maybe we could have gotten everything to be 12 pixels on the left, right, and other parts. But I think this part works. So I think we might keep it 144. I think I like it. And let's get this to be... Alright, guys, this is already getting to be a long video. In the next video, I'm gonna actually finish this screen and the second one. And see you in the next video. Alright, so let's finish the screen. So what else are we lacking? I think we are lacking alignment and we are lacking spacing. So one thing I'm going to do is I am going to actually start with the checkout with 24 pixels, which is and I want to add, I can actually do Shift 4, and I'm gonna add the layout grid as well to this one, so we can actually check which items are aligned. Our margins left and right to be 24 pixels and 16 here. And so let's begin with our header here, and I'm gonna zoom in a bit farther. Okay, that looks pretty good now. Maybe one more pixel. Yes, 22 does the job. And I think this element is already aligned at 24 pixels. So that's good. I wanna get the drop down to be aligned as well. Yes. And then what I wanna do is, it doesn't need to be that down. Now the distance to be 24 pixel, and I want this to be 24 pixel as well. Yes, I want this to be 24 pixel as well. 1 pixel more down, and I'm gonna hide the layout now. Control Shift 4. Okay, so I think that is our first version. Now, one thing we might do is, I think in our dropdown we haven't added the calendar icon that I have. Maybe it might make sense to actually add it because it helps. So what I'm going to do is I am actually going to our icon set to fetch it. And then I will update the R variant later. So I'm gonna go to right click, plugins, and feather icons. And I can check calendar here. And boom, and I'm going to add this to our icon set. So it's gonna be picked from left side here all the way to here. All right, so now it's in our icon set, and I'm going to basically make its color to be dark blue. And I am going to change its stroke width to be 1 pixel. And then I am actually gonna make this a component. And before I make it a component, this is actually a bit big, so I might want to resize it. So I'm gonna go icon resizer, and that is at most 16 pixel, and yes, that is better. Now I'm gonna make this a component, and I'm gonna zoom out, and I'm actually gonna go to the drop down here. Okay, so we might actually wanna have it here. I'm gonna add it to all 4 variations. So I'm gonna go to assets, and I'm going to fetch it from here. And I'm gonna move this a bit. And I'm gonna get it here. And one thing you wanna do is you want the emphasis to be less on the icon and more on the text. And one way to do that while still keep consistencies, while you make the 2 elements have the same color, you can actually decrease the opacity of the, let's say, the icon in our case. So what you can do here is you can make this 80%, and boom, that already makes it better. So what I'm checking here is, what's the left margin there? That's 4. So this should actually be 8. 8 plus 4 is 12. And these actually can, maybe difference is 4 pixels here. And yes, that looks pretty good. Yes, I think I really like the look here. So I will just copy, and I will move everything basically. So this is 36th. So I'm gonna move this to be 36 as well. I'm gonna copy the calendar and paste it here. And I'm gonna do the same for the others. So 36. I'm gonna do here too, 36th. And I'm gonna paste it here. And I'm gonna paste it for this one as well. And that looks perfect. Okay, so let's go. And one thing we can do is we can already realize, because our variants are components, once we make a change to the master element, it auto updates itself and it looks perfect. So I think this screen is done. Maybe change this color to dark blue. So what we can now do is we can work on the second screen. And that is basically us actually picking a value. So that is actually picking the number of guests. So this would be part 2. Copy. And scheduling part 1. Copy. And what we can do here is we can actually, but the only change we will do between these 2 screens is make this 2. And voila. We are showing the interaction now. And that looks pretty good. Now, at the end of this tutorial, we might actually go back to change some of our drop shadows in certain elements to give them more emphasis. But right now, I want to make things consistent. This looks pretty good. So let's do the screens 3rd and 4th. So these are the screens where we will actually design. So I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the schedule part 2. And I'm gonna duplicate the schedule part. No, I'm not gonna duplicate this one. I'm gonna make this schedule part 3. And all I'm gonna do is probably just add the date picker drop down. And that looks pretty good. So, well, one thing we are actually realizing here is this, where we are actually going overboard here. So let's actually get this to, well, the coordinates for this one is not correct. So it should actually be 10 pixels lower, maybe 11. Yes, so that is the coordinates, and this should be also lower, around here. And this should be roughly 16, so 412. Because it is part of this element, so it should not be just 24 pixels. Maybe even 12 would work. Yes. So now, so this is how it looks like, and right now it is not pegged. And one thing you might think of it is there a problem with it opening over the checkout button? I do not think so because our checkout is already disabled, so that is pretty okay. One thing we might do is we might actually move everything a bit up, or we can also, let's say how many, so it should end around here if you really want to, but that is probably not needed. So I really like, if it overlays, I don't think there's a problem. If it overlaps, I don't think there's a problem. What I'm trying to think is, what would happen once you picked it and you can actually go to checkout, and then if you are trying to press the checkout button but you press here and it's all a mess. Okay, so we need to decrease the height of this and we need to decrease our spacing around a bit. So one thing we can do is, let's go back here, and this was 24 pixels as well. What is the distance between each element? Here is 24. So far we have 24 pixels. So let's think. Maybe we can get this to be up a bit. So this is like 44. This is 66. So we can actually, yeah, I think that is the mistake. So everything here has to go up. So 1, 2, 3. Yes. So now, yes. So if you check here now, our back button matches. And I'm going to do the same for this screen. I'm going to hold shift, 1, 2, 1, 2, then I'm going to, so what I'm doing is the moment I hold the shift, it actually shifts 10 pixels instead of 1. And for 22 pixels, I have to do that twice, then take my hand off shift and go twice again for 22 pixels. And I'm going to do this for here as well. I'm going to actually not do it. I'm going to copy again. And I'm going to add in my assets here. And that should be pretty good. Yes, that is a lot better. And these should also be going down. So yes, so that is a bit better. So another place that we can actually change is we can decrease the margins here. We can decrease the spacing around here. So what would happen if we did 12? And we did this 12 as well. That still looks okay. And yeah, that still looks okay. So we can actually get this up. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be 24. Yes. Okay. So you are seeing a lot of copying here because one mistake like we have made is our spacing. Well, I made is my spacing didn't work. So we are trying just a bit of stuff here. And I'm going to delete this again. Drag this, and now it should work probably. Let's see. Yes, now it works. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that is okay. That looks pretty good to me. And then what we can do is we are going to rename this. This is part 3 copy. And we are going to drag a new version of this. Oh, wait. I think so. This should be 2 because we copied stuff. We forgot to change these. This is 2 because they already made the choice of the adult at the point 2. In 3, they opened the date, and in the 4, which we are gonna create right now, they have selected the date. So this will be selected. And the moment they press done, then we are okay to go. Yes, and this is the part 4. All right, let's do the 5th screen. So I'm gonna drag this one and I'm gonna write this as 5 copy. And the thing that's different is once we make a choice in here and we say done, while we picked the date, the user has picked the date, they have not picked the time of the day that they are actually gonna do the activity in. So we have to give them the option that they will also have to pick the time. So what we can do is we can go back in our screens and basically copy this horizontal filter process, which we have, and we can actually paste it here. And what we will do is we will just change first we will make everything to be unpicked. And what we will do is we will just change the time. So it will be like 08:00 a.m. and this would be 09:00 a.m. and then we might jump to, let's say, 11:00 a.m. because we are just showing the available times, and then this would be 13:00 p.m. And so I'm gonna go to layers, and one thing we might do is we might add an auto layout for this one, and we might get this to be 12. Yeah, I think that actually looks better. And we probably want to center this right for this one. So I'm going to zoom out a bit. I'm going to look here. And I think I am going to get this to be off. Nope, the other way. 51, 51, that works. And this should be 4 pixels above for 12 pixels. And yes, that looks better. And then, now that part of the screen is done. Then what we can do is we are going to design the 6th screen. So I'm going to drag this one, which is the last screen for our schedule. And then we will have one option picked. Let's pick this one. And then what we will have is this disabled button has to be also active. And boom. That looks pretty good, actually. I'm going to vertically align these. And yes, that was our scheduling feature. And in the next video, we will do the last 2 variants so that we can actually design the last screen, the review screen for the checkout. So we only have 1 screen left to design. And to actually do that screen, we need 2 more variants. The first one is what I would like to call medium cards variant, which is this one, where it is a bit different. It's the activity one. It's only for activities, and what it is that it doesn't have a label for like that we had. So I have to like zoom out a bit here, maybe pick one here, I think around this, and zoom in here. So if you look at the activities here, each of these activities have this label that signals what it is, but for the medium cards that we use in the checkout, they don't. So we will have to create a new variant for this one. And the second variant we will do for this screen is the small avatar images here. These very small ones, unlike our large avatar images, which we use for the attendees, these won't have a name attached to them, like as in writing. Let's get those going. So I'm going to actually zoom out here. And I'm going to go to our image cards here. What I'm going to do is I am going to create a new frame. And I'm going to name it small image, maybe medium image card. Medium image card. It's not that small. So, and I'm going to give this, let's say, a width of 156 pixels. I'm going to give it a fill, and I'm going to give it 8 pixels. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add the images, and I know these medium cards will only be used for the activities, like eating, hiking, or biking. It won't be for the cities because you can never check out the city. So what I will do is I will actually remove the fill color, right-click, plugins, and I am actually gonna go to Unsplash, and I'm gonna type eating, and I'm gonna pick the same activities there, and I'm gonna add the same overlay, which is 25%, if I recall. Let's quickly check. And it is 25, and I will check the height and width of it actually. So I am checking the height and width. And its width is 212 to 148, so it's actually bigger than ours. So maybe these are the medium ones. I misnamed them. Card. And this is gonna be a large image card. So this is 212 to 148 pixels. I'm actually gonna make this a component by pressing Ctrl-Alt-K shortcut, and then I'm gonna add variants. And first I'm gonna set the property, and the property will be basically activity. And the first one is going to be eating. And for the second one, we are gonna change its image. We will look for biking here and pick it, and let's name it biking. And let's add one more. And let's actually go for the hiking. All right, I'm gonna search for hiking. And this one is weather, yes. So those are the same, hiking, and boom. So now that we have it, what we can do is that we will actually zoom out, and we are gonna go to the avatars. So let's zoom out a bit more. And I am looking for where my avatar cards are. Maybe even a bit more, and I'm checking. And so in the, okay, there you guys are. Okay, they're at the bottom. I did not see these. Okay, these are our normal. So let me just grab this here. And avatar images. So we have a large avatar. You want to create a small avatar. So to do that, I am gonna press F, and I'm gonna zoom in here. I'm gonna do Shift 2 to zoom in, and I am basically gonna make this maybe 36 to 36, and I will give it a border radius of 18 pixels to make it a circle, and I'm gonna give it a bottom line there. And for the sake of this discussion, I think I will change the background of with I to this so we can see things better. Okay, so what I'm going to now do is that I will actually get images for this one as well. So this will be named small avatar. And this is maybe even, like, we can be a bit smaller, maybe 32 pixels. Yeah, maybe 32. And I'm gonna actually find an image for this. So plugins, and I'm gonna use the plugin user profile that will let me generate a random one. And that is not good. Let's do another one. Let's do one that actually looks like a profile shot. Okay, that is doable. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make this a component, Ctrl-Alt-K, and I'm gonna add a variant. And our property will be name, just like our large avatar. And this one, let's say, is Lucy. And for this one, I am gonna do the same. I'm gonna do user profile, insert random photo, and this one is, let's say, Helen. And I'm gonna go plus here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go random again, and I'm gonna do this 3 to 5 times, right? Oops, wrong plugin, my bad. I'm gonna right click, plugins, user profile. And let's see, and that is, let's say, Jane. And then I'm gonna click again. And this is the last one. Let's get a man here. And that can be Matt. Okay. All right, so let's begin designing our last screen. To begin, I'm gonna press F. So I'm gonna press F. I'm gonna pick my iPhone 13 mini, and I'm gonna make write this as review copy. And the first thing we are going to do is we are going to get our variants that we already designed. So we are going to begin with the bottom navigation. And we know the coordinate is 760 and x is 0. And then what I'm going to do is I'm looking for the status bar. So I'm going to move myself to the right. I'm going to get the status bar here. I'm going to make this 0. I'm going to make the y 0 as well. And its color is already dark blue. Maybe I should be around here. Yes. Then what I'm going to do is I am actually going to get our T for the element and for the text. And I'm going to write checkout. I'm going to auto with the element. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this bold, 34 pixels, and I'm going to get this dark blue. And then I'm going to get my maybe image cards. And in here, I want the large image card. Definitely. And I want this to begin at 24 for X. And then what I will do is I will press T again. And I probably want this to be biking. Then I'm going to zoom in a bit and I'm going to press T for the activity name, right, biking. I'm gonna basically move myself back. I'm gonna make this auto width, and I'm gonna make this subheader. So that is pretty good. And then what I want to do is I want to get my location icon. So I'm looking for my location icon right here. Yep, that's my location icon. I'm gonna get text for the place, London, Ontario. And I want this to be dark blue as well. This one to be dark blue as well. And I want this to be body regular. And I want this to be auto width. Yes. And definitely regular here. And one thing you can realize is it is not enough. This has to be a bit smaller. So what we can do is maybe we can go maybe span element here. That would work better. Yes, that does work better. And I'm going to align those later. Then I want my small avatar images. So for that, I am going to go avatar images, and I'm going to get the small one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in with Shift 2. Maybe Shift 0, and I am gonna duplicate this by dragging it. I'm gonna duplicate another one and another one, and I'm gonna make sure that all of these small avatar ones are centered. And now what we want is basically them being on top of each other. So the one that is most on top of each other in the logically, meaning in the design, also visually should be the most on top. So that's the goal. So this one would be, let's say, Lucy. And this one, let's say, make this Helen. Helen is definitely, so Lucy is going to be the first one. Helen is going to be the second one. And let's say Jane is the third one. And yep, Jane is the third one. And this one can be Matt. Okay, so this is the most top. This is going to be here. This one is going to be the third, yes. So now, then what I will do is I will just take all of these, holding Shift so they would come 10 pixels back. Maybe around there. So let's check the distance between those two elements. That's 13 to 13. So maybe one more. And 12, yes. So we are looking for 12 here. I'm going to Shift with my down key here. I'm going to check again. Yes, that is correct. Again, just 10 pixels at a time. Oh, I'm holding caps, guys. You didn't tell me. How dare you? Okay. I was making me say you should hold Shift, not caps. Okay, I was wondering why this is taking too long, man. So I'm gonna frame these as avatars, small avatars. Yes. So that is correct. And I'm gonna then move to here. I want the color of this to be dark blue. And I want you guys to be centered here. And maybe let's fix the text. And maybe move the text to with holding shift a bit to the there. And I'm gonna count the distance. So that is like 5 pixels here. So maybe 6, 7. So 6. I'm doing X. Okay. So I know 5 pixels is here, 1 pixel is there, that's 6. We are looking for 2 here. So it will make to 8 for our icons. I think that's pretty good. We are gonna center it again, and we are gonna frame these as location. That is pretty good. And then the initial part is done. Then we will do the activity details. So let's press T. Your activity details. And these are going to be subheaders, right? So I'm going to my type system, subheader, and I'm going to do it left alignment, and I'm going to do it auto width. Perfect. Okay. Then I know I will get pricing, but let's first finish your activity details. And to do this with the right alignment, we probably want to have a layout grid with columns. And again, it's 24 pixels left and right, 16 in the distance, and that's pretty good. So we already understand that we might need to come back a bit, but yes. Then we will add the date. So I'm gonna just press here. This is gonna be date. And then guests. Yes. Okay, so date and guests. And both of these will not be a subheader now, but will actually be body but bold. And then we are gonna add the small tertiary buttons of edit. So let's add those two from our variants. Let's find our buttons and then get the small buttons here. And we definitely want the tertiary option. And yes, so let's put these guys around here and let's name these edits. Perfect. And let's look at here. Yes, that looks pretty good. So what I'm gonna look for now, so edit option is there. We are missing 2 body texts. So T here is for the date, June 22. And for us, I think it's June 22, June 22, June 1822. Let's check the date that we selected. It's 18 June 22. Okay, yes. So this is correct. And I'm gonna make this body regular, and I'm gonna make this way. Yes. And then I'm gonna go for guests here. And that is going to be 2 adults, 0 children. That's okay. Yep. So to align things better, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna zoom in a bit. Yes. And I'm on a Windows machine, so my magic pad is very sensitive. So what I'm going to do now is I'm gonna make these align better. Yes. So that's the 24 pixel. That looks pretty good. And I'm gonna edit this to the end. So they would match. That's perfect. And these colors should be dark blue. And everything literally should be dark blue, never black. So, yes. Okay, so then this is gonna go here. And What I'm really trying to do here is I'm going to check the spacing. It should probably be 24 up. Oh, 20. Okay, that's not bad. So maybe 24 for us. So I'm going to do something like this should be roughly 14. So I'm going to zoom in. I'm looking for 16 pixel total. So 4 pixel there, 7 pixel, maybe 9. Yes, so that is the distance, and this should be roughly 12 total. That's 4, 5, yes, that is correct. That should be the distance, and I am actually gonna get this up. And the distance between June and guests should be roughly 16, because they actually belong to a different group, so the distance between date and activity should be the same as the guests and date, which should be 16, so I'm zooming in. There's 3 pixels here. That's 4, 7. So that should be roughly 9. So 2, 3, 4. Yes. And it will be a bit to the left. There we go. And this one is also just a bit, maybe not. And this one is as well. I just wanted to touch there. Yes. And that's pretty good so far. Okay. So now what I want is I want to fetch this one as well. And I want this to be 5 based on just like here. Literally, I'm just copying my distances. And that looks pretty good. Let's look at it from here. And that looks pretty good. Now this has to be aligned. So I'm checking here where it goes, maybe a bit up. No. And I wanted to see how it's basically how it looks from here. I'm gonna turn off the, yes, I'm gonna turn off there, and I'm gonna press Shift R to actually have a ruler present to see the middle point. And maybe 1 pixel up. So maybe around here. Yes, I think that's the way to go. And then what I'm going to do is I am gonna duplicate this. And I am basically gonna go down a bit. And I am gonna have it around here. And I'm gonna do my ruler again to check if it's aligned center-wise on the baseline. No, it's not. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get to its baseline again, which is the middle of E, and that looks pretty good. Yes, I'm okay with that. I'm gonna press Shift Control 4. The right alignment is correct. So we can actually frame these now. So I like our spacing, so I'm going to select every element so I can make them all a gigantic frame. Ctrl-Alt-G. And I'm going to name this Activity Details so I can do the spacing of the whole element easier, because I want this whole group to be 24 pixel here, and this one is probably just going to be 24 here. So that should be like, should be 4, 5. Yep, 4, 8. So that should be like 16. So maybe 1. Yes. Roughly here is 24 for it. And I am gonna get this to up as well. Yep. And I really don't want 18 pixels, maybe 16 horizontally, and each of these elements can have 16 pixels here. So that's 10. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm checking for the vertical alignment with my Shift R ruler tool. And so this should be a bit to the right. That's good. And this should, the small avatar images should definitely come up. And let's see their distance. So that's 10. So 6 plus 4 here, that's 10. So maybe 6 down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that looks pretty good. The only part is it looks too spaced out. So maybe it should all be 12 pixels. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that actually might look better. That looks to my eye better. That's roughly 16 pixels. Yes. So let's check. 4, 7, that's 16, maybe even more, right? 3, 4. And I'm going to do the same. Maybe this should be 164. And that looks better. Yes, that's much less spacing. And I'm going to frame these as well. So I'm going to frame these 3 elements. Control Alt G. And activity basically review. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the pricing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press T. And I am going to write this as pricing. We are almost there. It's looking good. I'm going to make this dark blue. And you have done this before. This is going to be our subheader. So I'm going to make this go auto width as well. And then what I'm going to do is I am just going to copy the contents of this text. My bad. So I'm going to go here, Control C. I need a new text, and I'm going to Control V. And I'm going to make this a normal regular. And I'm going to also give this a auto width and make its color to be dark blue. There we go. And I'm just going to duplicate it for the texts. So I'm going to press Alt with Shift so that the alignment keeps not getting disturbed. And I'm going to write 450 for texts. So I'm going to go here and write 450 for texts. Shift 2 to go back to zoom mode, and that's 77. Okay, so then we will have a total there. Okay, so then what we will have is we will press Alt, Shift, and this is going to be our total. And this one is actually bold. And I am going to create another text here. I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm going to write as 77. 77. And yep, that's already auto width. I am going to shift this to the right edge. And I am going to duplicate this one again, holding Shift with Alt. And I'm going to write 4.5, and I'm gonna get it to the right alignment. So what I'm looking for, what am I missing, is the final total number here. Then I will have to frame everything, and my total is missing total CAD. So CAD here. So I'm holding my Shift and I'm pressing down, and there we go. And that is, if my math is correct, 8150. And I'm gonna, yep, shift it here. And that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm gonna group all these elements. I'm gonna frame them, Control Alt G. And this is your pricing. And one thing I can do is, and this could be a cool spacing, I'm gonna frame these as well. This is the fee, and this is gonna be taxes, and this one will be total. What this will let me now do is that now if I add an auto layout for the vertical, I want this to be left, and I want this to be maybe 12 pixel, or let's go maybe, yeah, 12 works pretty good actually. 12 pixel works here, and I want this to be bold as well. Right here, yes. So that works, and I'm gonna get rid of the layout grid now, and I'm gonna make the color of this to be white. These white as well. Yes, I think we have to go back and recolor these because these are pure white. It's a detail I just code. Let's go here. I'm gonna come back just a moment, guys. Okay, this is why you should check your colors beforehand. Okay, that should be good. So, what final thing we need is actually the pivot frame with the edit option for the card, and we have a pre-selected card. And we also need a large button at the below, so let's do that first. Let's get this one. It is disabled, so it's not active. It's primary, and it is basically pay. Yes. So make a payment. It would be the best one. Payment. And I think this should be primed. I don't know why this is disabled actually. This should not be disabled at all. So let's make this active. And that should be 24. Yes. That's better. And then we can add the card. So I'm gonna press. This has to go up a bit. Yep. Maybe even more up here, roughly, yes. 24 pixels. And then I'm gonna press T for writing pay width. So pay width. And this is going to be a subheader. And it's gonna be auto width, and it's not gonna be black. Yes, everything, nothing is black. Yes. Okay. So then we are going to create our card. Our card is 327 pixels. Press R. I'm gonna get it 327 and 64. It's probably gonna have at least 8 pixels on the side. It might have even more. But 8 pixels is doable, and it's gonna have our dark blue color. And it's gonna have our name, the user's name, the expiry date, the type of card it is, and then it will have the last 4 digits of the card. And so for that, we are gonna have T, JSON Malta. And I think for this one, we are okay to do it with regular span element. That's okay. And then we will need the expiry date. So I'm gonna just drag it here. 0725. I'm gonna make this auto width. And then I'm gonna get our Visa icon from our assets, from our icon set, my profile here. And let's get this Visa icon, and let's give it a color of maybe this blue. No, maybe it's 200. Even 100 might work. Yes, that looks pretty good. And then I want these circles. So I think they are roughly 3 or 4 pixels. So I'm just gonna go in and do them. So roughly 12 circles for the whole credit card. So I'm gonna press O, and I'm gonna make this 4. Maybe 5 is even better. Yeah, I'm okay with 5. So I'm gonna then drag here, and then I can do is I'm gonna hold Shift to drag with the same distance, and that looks pretty good. So I'm gonna now hold these first 4. I'm gonna hold these, choose these first 4, make them have the white color, And then I'm gonna drag this whole group. And I'm gonna do it again. And not again. My bad. The last one, we don't need it. And then I think they are not spaced equally yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say distribute vertically. That's awesome. And then I'm going to have the text, last 4 digits, which can be 3406. And it really should be a span element because this should be very small. And yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm going to zoom out a bit. Yes, that looks pretty good to me. This has to be at the edge. So I'm holding shift when I'm moving it to the right. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to align this one. So I want 12 pixels up and left. So I'm zooming in. That's 1 pixel. So this should be roughly 11. And that is 2 pixels. So this one should be, the Y should be roughly here. So 10 plus 2 is 12. That looks pretty good. Now I'm going to align it. My bad. Now I'm going to pick the visa and I'm going to go to X. I'm going to align it here. I want these 2 elements to be aligned to the right well. So maybe 1 more pixel. There we go. And I'm going to check here. That's 9, 12. Yes, that works. That works. And I'm going to then pick all the ellipses and the number. And we'll group these. Control G. Card number. And I'm going to click on the text here, maybe 1 pixel up to be centered. Yes, there. And that's pretty good, actually. I am pretty pleased. Let's check the vertical and horizontal spacing here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the Y from here. So this is 621. So this is like 621. And to look at its left alignment of 12 pixels, I'm just going to press Alt. That's 16. So that's 12. Yes, that looks pretty good because there is no left spacing in the font, so that is correct. So we are going to align these as well. Yes. And let's get these guys to the bottom as well. So that's 9. Maybe around here because we are gauging with the text here. Yes, that should be pretty good. So I'm taking a look and I'm gonna group I'm gonna make a frame out of all of these. Control Alt G. This is credit card. And let's see if we can move everything here. The background didn't come in, so let's move this here. Background has to be at the bottom. That's good. And let's see. Oh. Yeah. I don't think we took every element there. So yeah, the card number didn't come in. So let's move the card number in as well. Okay. So let's enlarge it, but our frame is a bit off. And right now my shortcut doesn't work. So I'm just going to check the distance here. And that can be between these 2 elements. That is 12. We probably want it to be in total 16. That's 4. That is good. That is excellent, actually. We want here 18, 24. That actually works. So that actually works. I'm pretty happy with it. So there you go, guys. That is your screen at the end. And yeah, that is the whole tutorial. I think it looks pretty good. There might be some spacing issues here and there, but if you have stuck along with me so far, thank you for watching this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you really like the FreeCodeCamp channel and like my tutorial, please, click and subscribe. You can learn a lot on this channel for developing or UX design perspectives, and have a fantastic day.